In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Ma'am, may kasalanan kayo sa akin. Oo nga. Oven. Tapos suspension na naman. Session is called to order. May we remain, well, may you please all rise up for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagpinigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walamig pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a few minutes of silent prayer. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
Majority Leader.
Excuse me, 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Hindi, wala pang roll call. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is ordered to have the roll call of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Gris, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 186 members responded to the call.
With 186 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the journal.
is there any objection? Chair hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guest of Honorable Antonio Tonipetti Albano, our Deputy Speaker, and they are Mr. Joel Sarmenta, Mrs. Andrea Neblet, Ms. Eileen Oishutin, and Ms. Emily Serra.
To my guests who came all the way from Santo Tomas and my classmate, Joel Salmenta, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also request for the acknowledgement of the guests of Honorable Bernadette Det Escudero of the 1st District of Sorsogon. They are the following: Municipality of Castilla Mayor Isagani Bong Mendoza, Barangay Amumunting Captain Roderick Medes, Barangay Bagalayag Captain Mary Jane Gilliam, Barangay Bagong Sirang Captain Rene Espinola, Barangay Bonga Captain Danilo De Dace, Barangay Buena Vista Captain Salvador Lumbao, Barangay Burabud Captain Roderick Latoreno, Barangay Kaburakan Captain Alfonso Almen Jr., Barangay Canjela Captain Sinena Paz, Barangay Cogon Captain Raul Midaliada, Barangay Comadcad Captain Arman Bermilio, Barangay Dankalan Captain Rodolfo Brinolia, Barangay Dinapa Captain Rafael Lumerio, Barangay Dinapa Captain Barangay La Union Captain Noel Dadap, Barangay Libtong Captain Gregorio Bermundo Jr., Barangay Loreto Captain Emmanuel Magdaong, Barangay Makalaya Captain Ramer Navas, Barangay Maracabak Captain Edgar Agripa, Barangay Mayon Captain Alvin Camacho, Barangay Maypangi Captain George Liabres, Barangay Milagrosa Captain Marley Villesa, Barangay Miluya Captain Edwin Tiamzon, Barangay Monte Carmelo Captain Crisanto Azul, Barangay Oras Captain Ferdinand Latuga, Barangay Pandan Captain Alberto Romero, Barangay Poblacion Captain Edwin Disamparo, Barangay Kirapi Captain Jomer Latonero, Barangay Saklayan Captain Helen Azahar, Barangay Salvacion Captain Jason Dondonelia, Barangay San Isidro Captain Sunny Quinones, Barangay San Rafael Captain Jose Billo III, Barangay San Roque Captain Vilma Montiflor, Barangay San Vicente Captain Gina Labalan, Barangay Sugoy Captain Milchor Avellano, Barangay Tumalaytay Captain Lolita Maravilla, Castilla Councilor Amado Merandilla, Castilla Councilor Bienvenido Marantal, Castilla Councilor Jesus Agarap, Castilla Councilor Noel Hau, Kasiguran Councilor Ramon Escudero, Kasiguran Councilor Santos Palcuto, Kasiguran Councilor Restituto Hamor, Kasiguran Councilor Samuel Encenares, Kasiguran Councilor John Art Januras, Pilar Councilor Albert Lee, Pilar Councilor Celso Lau, Pilar Councilor Domingo Cano, Pilar Councilor Eugene Mananes, Pilar Councilor Emmanuel Sia, Magallanes Councilor Agnes Ribancos, Magallanes Councilor Allen Arambulo, Magallanes Councilor Michael Hakihaka, Mr. Franklin Azul, Mr. Carlos Estrelon, Mr. Recto Dulay, Mr. Noli Galeria, Mr. Evelyn Geralde, and Mr. Josephine Bautista.
To the guest of the Congresswoman from the 1st District of Sorsogon, our Congresswoman Bernadette Det Escudero. These are the mayor and the barangay officials from the municipalities of Castilla, Casiguran, Magallanes, and Pilar in the province of Sorsogon. We all welcome you to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions for first reading, as well as committee reports and communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9644, declaring a parcel of land located in Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Cugman-Catanico Protected Landscape by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9645, institutionalizing the Northern Mindanao Regional Blood Center in Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9646, providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Erwin.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 9657, amending Section 5 of the Condominium Act by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 9658, amending the Philippine Lemon Law by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9659, amending Section 461 of the Local Government Code of 1991 by increasing the locally generated average annual income requirement for the creation of a province by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9660, mandating PhilHealth to develop a comprehensive dialysis benefit package by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9661, exempting all vehicles from paying toll fees on regular holidays by Representative Rillo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9665, providing for the construction and establishment of an international airport in Sogod, Cebu, to be known as the Sogod Cebu International Airport, by Representative Frasco.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9666, streamlining the implementation of government infrastructure projects through round-the-clock operations to promote efficiency and its effective execution, by Representatives Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Public Highways.
House Bill 9667, promoting women participation and representation and by political parties, by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1495, expressing the support of the House of Representatives of the Philippines for Taiwan's inclusion in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, and its meaningful participation as an observer in UNFCCC COP28, scheduled to take place from November 30 to December 12, 2023 in Dubai.
To the Committee on Climate Change.
House Resolution 1496, expressing the support of the House for Taiwan's meaningful participation as an observer in the Interpol's General Assembly to be held in Vienna, Austria from November 28 to December 1, as well as its meetings, mechanisms, and activities, in particular gaining access to the I-24/7 Global Police Communication System and key training programs, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 1497, calling on the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation on the allegations of fraud, anomalies, and other irregularities in the conduct of the Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections on October 30, 2023, by Representative Ataman.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1498, directing the Committees on Justice, Banks and Financial Intermediaries, and Transportation to conduct an inquiry on the issue of distribution of the Doña Paz Compensation Fund for the victims and beneficiaries of the 1987 Doña Paz tragedy, by Representative Bosita.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1500, directing the Committee on Social Services to conduct an investigation to the unlawful and abusive distribution of the DSWD assistance to individuals in crisis program in Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro, by Representative Alvarez Pantaleon.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration under the calendar of unfinished business. I move that we resume House Bill number 9663 under Committee Report 897, submitted by the Committee on Government Reorganization and Public Works and Highways. And may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Since this was read already, this is unfinished business. I think we can dispense and go with the... Okay, is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill number 9663.
House Bill number 9663, an act establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill as it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. And I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Government Reorg, the Honorable Congressman Keith Flores. I so move.
The Second District Representative of Bukidnon, the Honorable Jonathan Keith T. Flores is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to answer the questions of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz L. Castro of Party List ACT Teachers.
The Honorable ACT Teachers Party List, the Representative Franz Castro is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat at sa ating good sponsor. So, would the good sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
We would gladly try to answer the questions of our dear colleague, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, this bill aims to establish the national framework for water resource management and creating the Department of Water Resources and Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore. So in this bill, Mr. Chair, on the declaration of policy, so sinasabi po dito, Mr. Chair, that the water is a basic human rights. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Chair, tama po.
And then the water belongs to the states which shall govern the developmental and utilization of water for the people.
That is also correct, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Tama po, no? At it is in our Constitution then, Mr. Speaker, that to ensure, the policy of the state to ensure provision for safe, adequate, affordable, and sustainable water supply and improve the sanitation services, maintaining the protection, preservation, and revival of quality of countries' water resources and ecological balance.
That is the goal, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So pag sinabi nating, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kapag safe, adequate, affordable, and sustainable water supply, so this pertains po doon sa mga role po ng state, no, doon sa pagkakaroon talaga ng na-ensure that the water being used for whatever purpose it's being used by the people ay provided ito ng state.
That is also correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. But in the pursuit of the policy, so sinasabi natin dito, Mr. Speaker, the principal objective is accelerating universal access to water supply and sanitation, etc. And then, meron din po ditong establishment of infrastructure and public works to adopt innovative solutions and international best practices to address the challenge of climate change, etc. And also, dito po ba doon sa policy natin, in providing safe, adequate, affordable, accessible water for the people, so siyempre ang pangunahing merong responsible dito, Mr. Speaker, is the state. And then, complementary lang po yung mga private sector, if ever. Tama po?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, siguro madagdagan ko lang, Mr. Speaker, no? On the UN Sustainable Development Goal, number 6, nakalagay po dyan, Mr. Speaker, ensure access to water and sanitation. And by 2030, achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. And 6.2 by that SDG, by 2023, achieve access to adequate and equitable sanitation hygiene for all and open defecation, paying special attention to the needs of women and girls and those in vulnerable situation. So isa-isahin ko, Mr. Chair. So ano na po yung status po natin, Mr. Chair, dito sa sinasabi kong ano, no, yung SDG number 6. Kasi kapag sinabi nating achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all, wala pong tao, no, na nawawalan ng tubig o hindi nakaka-access ng tubig sa buhay nila o sa isang minuto man lang ng buhay nila. Di po ba? So parang yun ang sinasabi at gusto natin yun i-achieve by 2030. So saan na po tayo? Ngayon po ay 2023. Saan na po tayo ano pa na po ang status natin in achieving this SDG, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, admittedly, may pagkukulang tayo dyan. And that is why we are taking this first concrete step, no, to address that issue by creating this Department of Water Resources. Para may isang single apex body that will oversee all of the actions of the government relating to hitting the target of the SDG goal on 2030.
Well, siyempre, Mr. Chair, tama naman creating the department that would ensure yung sustainable or yung equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. So siyempre, Mr. Chair, meron tayong kumbaga number, di ba, Mr. Chair? Mr. Speaker, meron tayong pinagbabatayan na base number natin kung ano na po yung status ng mga natin dito in terms of this. Baka merong data dyan, ang MWSS or yung ating government agency related to water, yung status natin dito. Kasi we have to know it. Kasi kung sinasabi nating we have to achieve that, wala tayong data. So, ano po, gusto nating malaman po yung status. Baka naman meron po ang MWSS dyan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ned has provided us some figures as far as what you have been asking for, Madam. No? Right now, as of 2023, we have 93.28% coverage for safe water supply for families. And access to basic sanitation, that's 95.12. And the number of households that has been provided with access to improved sanitation, we have 53,080 po ang figures so far that we have secured from NEDA.
Okay. So yun po yung base figure natin. So ano po yung kakulangan? Meron po ba tayong kakulangan?
Yes po. No, excuse me. Yung kulang po is I think 7% po na wala pa ring access to this water that we have provided for. That's why precisely the Department of Water Resources is going to be created para may isang body nga, no? May isang ahensya ng government na who will be responsible in addressing these needs.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker, yung kakulangan po ba? Ito po, Mr. Speaker, on November 3, pag sinabi po ng WHO, according to the data of WHO, as regards to adequate access of the people to the water, meron pong pamantayan. Sinasabi po dito, 50 to 100 liters per day per person. Therefore, in the Philippines, for a family of 5, that is equals to 7.5 to 15 cubic meters per month. Sabi po ng yung ano po ba yung key performance indicators dito ng MWSS? So for a family of 5, sabi po ng WHO, dapat nakaka-access na may adequate, pag sinasabi nating adequate, kapag sa isang buwan, merong pinoprovide ang state ng 7.5 to 15 cubic meters per month. So ito po ba ay na-achieve natin? Kung
We
hindi, ano po yung data natin ng performance o hindi pa natin na-achieve? Based doon sa WHO standard, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi ko alam kung may answer tayo as far as the WHO standards is concerned, but we have identified several regions that have been experiencing water stress, meaning kakulangan sa water, no, in some of the regions that are in the Philippines. And by identifying these regions, ito po yung parang basis natin to acknowledge, no, na kulang ang ginawa ng gobyerno to address these problems.
Yes, tama po. Meron pong ano dito, no, may data po dito yung MWSS, Water Service Performance Indicators o yung KPI, as far as Manila is concerned, yung Manila Water tsaka yung Maynilad, the total number of water service connection o yung WSC, this is 100% of 3,318, 3,318,000 in the NCR. Sa Manila Water, meron po siyang 1.114 million cubic meters. Sa Maynilad naman po ay 1.69 approximately cubic meters. So, sabi dito, yung population covered, kahit na po doon sa Cavite and Rizal, merong 992,000, yung family of 5. And then sa Rizal, merong 710,000. So yung population coverage po, halimbawa po dito sa Manila and Manila Water and Maynilad, ang coverage po nila ay 95.9 and 99.5. Sa Manila Water po naman, ang coverage nila ay 94 to 94.5. Okay? Yung availability of water, halimbawa po dito sa Manila, Manila Water and Maynilad, 91% and 79%. So ang ibig sabihin po nitong mga data na ito, na halimbawa po dito sa Metro Manila, meron tayong inaccessibility of water para sa family of 5 na 9%. Okay? Tapos 21% naman po doon sa doon sa Maynilad customer. So, medyo maliit naman po yung kakulangan dito sa Metro Manila, pero sinasabi kasi diyan na dapat ay accessible sa lahat ng tao, 'di ba? So, meron po ba kayang mga ginagawa na ngayon para maging totally accessible po kahit na sa Metro Manila, Cavite and Rizal ang ating water?
Yes, tama po, no? In fact, from the data given to me by NEDA, may absolute scarcity na in the following regions: NCR, Region 4A, Region 7. And then there's also scarcity in Regions 3, Regions 5, and Region 1. At saka may stress na nafe-feel ang Region 4B. So this is the current state of our water problems here in the Philippines. And I think na the first step that we have been taking is this: addressing the absence of a single body whom we can hold responsible to answer these pending questions that you have.
Yes. Pag sinabi natin, Mr. Speaker, na scarcity, anong ibig sabihin nun?
Kulang na po.
Population.
Meaning, ang target kasi is I think 1,700 cubic meters per person para sabihin nating adequate yung supply ng tao. Pag scarcity, it's below that po.
Okay. Pag sinabi nating adequate, yung sapat lang. Wala yatang sobra, na ma-access ng tao. Pero when we say scarcity,
Less na po.
less dyan.
Kulang na po.
Okay. So, ayan po. So, in terms naman po ng, safe. Pag sinabi naman nating safe, according to MWSS RO, annual report nila ay 100% passing for both the concessionaires. So wala tayong report po nung pagiging safe ng water sources natin sa ibang mga regions. Meron po ba tayo nung report, Mr. Speaker?
Yan din, that's one of the problems that we are trying to address by creating one body. Right now kasi, there are several agencies there's one, LUA, NWRB, MWSS. These are all agencies that are scattered, no? And wala tayong isang parang apex body nga na matanong natin, ano bang sitwasyon sa ibang regions? Because they're all handled by different agencies. In fact, some water districts are operated by LGUs. So iba din yun, no? Walang single parang repository of this information or the data.
So, dapat meron po,
That is why we're creating this department po.
Okay, so, hindi, katulad po halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, ng why did we created the Department of Human Settlement or yung the DishHood? Dahil gusto natin i-address yung kakulangan ng pabahay, even to the poorest sector of our society or poorest family. At meron tayong basis, no, nung ano yung baseline ng walang bahay. As of now, merong 6 million na kakulangan sa housing, di ba? At yun ang gusto nating tugunan. So dapat meron din tayong basis now na matugunan natin yung adequacy ng water natin in the Philippines or in our country. Kasi ang pinagbabatayan lang natin ngayon ay yung NCR, part of Cavite, Rizal, at iba pa pong mga binanggit ninyong mga regions. So, dapat meron tayong ganun man lang na baseline.
Tama po yung observation niyo, Madam. No? In fact, that is one of the first obligations or duties of the Department of Water upon its creation na magkakandak sila ng inventory ng ano ang status ng mga water districts, water supply, water sources natin all over the Philippines para may isang datos tayo, na may complete yung data natin, and then from then on, implement projects that will address the shortcomings of the government.
Yes, thank you. So okay po, yung safe, adequate. Punta naman po ako ngayon sa affordability. Affordability po ng ng water. Okay? Kasi nakalagay po dito sa declaration natin, it should be safe, adequate, affordable, and sustainable. Pag sinabi po nating affordability, meron din pong dito, no? Meron din po ditong batayan paano magiging affordable. Okay, yung water supply natin sa ating mga pinakamahihirap. Okay? Ang reference po natin dito ay yung pa rin sa PSA. Okay? So sa ngayon po, using the 7.5 to 15 cubic meters per month, sa ngayon po pumapatak, Mr. Speaker, na 270 pesos to 540 per month. As of January 2023, na assuming that there is a 36 pesos per cubic meter for Manila Water Residential, including water, environmental charge, 25%, etc. Or approximately 1% of monthly living wage, which is 34,000 or 340 pesos per month. Base po yan sa PSA 2021. So, ano po yung assessment natin, Mr. Speaker, doon sa affordability? Kasi, alimbawa, ako po, eto lang, kababahayad ko lang sa Maynila, 340, okay, per month. Obvious ba na walang tao sa bahay? So, 340 pesos per month ang binabayad. Okay? So, for a family of 5, na sumasahod lang, Mr. Speaker, ng 3,610 pesos per day. So, ang sabi dito ng PSA, 1% daw yung binabayad ng household para sa kanilang water, okay? Water supply. So ano po yung masasabi dito ng tingin po ba natin may kailangan ma-improve for this affordability ng water supply? Kasi siguro sa mga mahihirap na mga household, 340 ay medyo malaki. So ano kaya ang pwedeng magawa nitong Department of Water Resources kaugnay nito? Kasi kahit naman meron tayong regulations doon sa mga water supply concessionaires natin, patuloy yung tumataas. Okay? Mr. Speaker.
Tama po yung observation ng ating kasama na una, there is an issue on affordability. And that is why in the creation of this Department of Water Resources po, may kinreate din tayong Water Regulatory Commission na ang obligasyon niya po is to guarantee na may affordability din, na sustainable din ang rates na i-impose ng mga water districts. Kasi ngayon, the situation is that the rates are determined by several bodies po. We have the LUA, we have the MWRB, and we also have the different LGUs who run their own water districts. Kaya wala tayong single regulatory body na will determine the appropriate rates and to ensure also na affordable yung presyo ng tubig po para sa ating mga kababayan. And this law or this bill tries to address that by creating the Water Regulatory Commission.
Speaking of Water Regulatory Commission, parang wala pa siya dito sa bill natin.
It is there, Madam.
Would it be separate? Kasi may nakita ko sa isang meeting for tomorrow, yung creating ng Water Regulatory Commission, Mr. Speaker. So parang na-miss ko ba yung sinasabi ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, on the creating of the Water Regulatory.
The Water Regulatory Commission is found in Chapter 5 of the bill, Madam.
Chapter, okay.
Mr. Speaker?
Water, okay.
It's under sections 21 to 26 po.
Okay, ito yung po, no, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Yung Water Regulatory Commission na siyang magre-regulate.
Yes po, ng rates.
Ng rates, okay, ng water supply. Ito ay as far as yung mga concessionaires are concerned, yung mga private providers natin ng water. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, Mr. Speaker, more, privatization pa more, 'di ba? Dahil meron tayong regulation, privatization pa more. So, Mr. Speaker, yun lang din yung ano ko doon, yung worry ko doon. Paano na yung katungkulan ng gobyerno talaga na siya yung mag-provide ng water sa atin? Paano siya pi-play in dito sa ating bill?
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, yung WRC is responsible not just for the private concessionaires, but including all water service providers po. Kasama na po yung mga water districts natin, tsaka yung mga LGU runs na water service providers. So, the creation of the Water Regulatory Commission does not in fact encourage the private sector only. It regulates the entire water service provider industry. Lahat po, public, tsaka private, under siya lahat sa Water Regulatory Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor. Kasama na rin po ba dito yung sa mga irrigation? Kasi ngayon, di ba, meron tayong bill o meron na tayo ngayong free irrigation o meron din namang mga private na mga irrigation. So, ano po yung magiging papel dito ng Water Regulatory Commission?
Si WRC po is limited to the water service providers.
Okay.
NIA, on the other hand, will be an attached agency of the Department of Water Resources.
So, sila na po yung in charge.
As far as irrigation is concerned, NIA pa rin po, but they will be reporting under the Department of Water Resources na no longer with the Department of Agriculture, I think. That should be found in Section 14 po as an attached agency.
Yes. Sa mga report po, although meron na po tayong free irrigation for some hectares, yung we defined hectares na pag-aari po ng mga magsasaka, pero meron din po mga private. So, ano po yung papel ng Department of Water dito to irrigate all noong ating mga irrigable na mga lands?
Included na po rin in addressing the issues on, other than just water security po, is also food security. Kaya nga na-attach dito si NIA. One of the things that that is good about having one department po is that all projects that are water-related, be it irrigation, hydropower, tourism, or bulk water supply po, will have one coordinating agency na, itong Department of Water Resources. So for example po, If we are going to put up a dam, no? Example, pag mag-dam tayo, what else can be done with the water secured by that dam? Pwedeng irrigation, pwedeng hydropower, pwedeng bulk water supply, and it all falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Water Resources. So hindi na siya kalat po. Meaning, hindi din sayang yung projects na yun because all the other water-related issues can be answered by that particular project. Hindi na isang dam for NIA, hindi na isang dam for hydropower, hindi na isang dam for bulk water, but it could be parang multi-purpose na po yung function ng isang structure na yun. Makakatipid ang gobyerno and at the same time address different concerns that is related to water.
So as an attached agency po nitong Department of Water Resources, Mr. Speaker, sinasabi natin na parang as is pa rin yung mandate ng NIA. Ano po yung, wala po ba yung control? So halimbawa po ay talagang hindi naman nagagawa nitong NIA yung kanyang mandate. So ano po yung pwede sa policy nitong department na nagagawin?
Well, NIA will now be under the administrative control of the Department of Water Resources. And at the same time, the Secretary will sit in the board of NIA, of the governing board of NIA. Para naman, if may pagkukulang si NIA, may say si Department of Water on what to do as far as irrigation is concerned. Now, to address the other issues of irrigation, NIA would now be reporting to the Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Water Resources as a whole can now program po ano bang pwedeng magawa na may impact din on the irrigation of our agricultural lands.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Punta naman tayo doon sa sustainability or yung sustainable. So, ano po ba yung definition natin ng sustainability dito sa ating right to water? Yung sustainable, pag sinabi po ba nating sustainable, ano po yung coverage nito?
Well, sustainable meaning it can go on, no? It can sustain itself. It is parang hindi siya one-time thing, no, na project po.
Okay. So, pag sustainable, dagdagan po natin yung sinabi ng ating sponsor, we use water in a way that meets current ecological, social, and economic needs without compromising the ability to meet those needs in the future. So, ang ibig sabihin nun, pag sinabi nating sustained, meron tayong resources at nagagamit natin ito sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan, di ba? Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, yung ating ginagamit na water in the household o yung rainwater para maging sustainable, nagagamit din natin siya sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, dahil hindi naman po iba yan, ganyan din po. Ganyan din po yung sinabi natin sa mga concessionaires natin. Para maging sustainable, kailangan ay mamimit itong mga pwede siyang i-recycle, pwede tayong gumamit ng rainwater for maybe potable water, pwedeng gamitin yung dagat para sa ating inumin or magagamit sa household. So, ang tanong natin, Mr. Speaker, meron na ba tayong mga program? Kasi alam ko meron tayong binibigay na ganyan na nakatungkulan ng mga water concessionaires natin.
Opo, we have included po the policy na we should recycle, reuse water. Yung waste nila na water should be treated and used for something else. In fact, even storm water and flood water po will be included in the coverage of the Department of Water Resources. Para lahat ng tubig po ay pwede nating magamit or mahalapan natin ng paraan na magamit ng ating mga citizens po.
Yes. Halimbawa po, Mr. Speaker, binibigyan natin ng franchise, di ba? Yung mga water concessionaires natin. Tama, yung Maynila, yung Manila Water, or Prime Water. May mga nakasulat po dyan na dapat na gawin. So with the franchise grant, ito nakita ko lang po ito doon sa Maynila at sa Manila Water, are formalized as public utility companies, no longer an agent and contractor of MWSSRO, which was its status prior to legislative franchise. They are also required to submit annual report on their compliance with the terms and conditions of the franchise and operations to the Congress and the MWSS. In fact, nakalagay po sa Section 21, the grantee shall submit to the MWSS Regulatory Office a completion plan for the establishment and operation of water, sewerage, sanitation, projects, etc. Further, yung mga income taxes and other due. Okay? So, meron po ba tayong report niyan, Mr. Speaker, na binibigay po, alam ba, itong dalawang concessionaires na ito, na nakalagay doon sa Maynilad at Manila Water as regards to sustainability plan. Meron po ba tayo dyan, Mr. Speaker?
Yes po, Mr. Speaker. They have been submitting the reports to the NWSS po.
So, can I have a copy, Mr. Speaker?
Sure po. We will provide you with one po.
Yes. So, ibig bang sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kung meron tayong mga other concessionaires sa mga franchise nila, nandiyan din yan, ano, yung sustainability?
Yes po. That will be required of them.
Okay. Okay, tama. And then, next, Mr. Speaker, yung improved sanitation service. Okay? Binabanggit ko lang po yung Manila Water and Maynilad kasi yun po yung meron akong data, no? So, according to the report, meron po dito, no, yung Manila Water, 31.46% sa Manila Water, sa Maynilad naman po ay 21.57%. Yung kanilang compliance on sewer service population, so yan po, no? And then sanitation service population, 80.27, tsaka 83.91. So, ano po ba yung yung target natin sa MWSS in terms of sanitation and sewerage services?
Tama po. Now, we need to make them comply with the requirements of the Clean Water Act of, I think, 2004. No? And this single body po, the Department of Water Resources, will now then be responsible for ensuring that they comply. The advantage of having this department po is that every budget season, pwede niyo matanong, no? Kung ano na ang status ng mga concessionaires na to, have they complied with whatever it is that we wanted to comply under the law, or what provisions of the law have they failed to comply. And kasi ngayon, it's spread out into 22 different agencies, 22 or 32 different agencies. It's difficult to have one responsible, no? Wala tayong isang responsible person to ask and to demand that they comply with the provisions of the Clean Water Act.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, it is the MWSS. Trabaho ito ng MWSS.
That is for Maynilad and Manila Water.
So
But we have other water districts po na dapat isa lang ang matatanong natin. At isa lang ang maho-hold natin responsible for performing this task.
So, sino po yun? Alin po dito sa provision natin sa ating panukalang batas?
That would be the Water Regulatory Commission po.
Water Regulatory Commission?
Yes po.
Kasama din po ba yun? Di ba?
That is part of their
di ba sabi
functions po.
Okay. Part of their function.
In page 23, letter G po, they are to issue rules, guidelines, procedures, and methodologies for the computation of any adjustment of any
Okay.
approved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Okay po.
Okay. So, thank you po, no? So, dun po sa data natin, yung sinabi nating mga target, meron po actually target, Mr. Speaker, nakalagay dito on sewer service population, 32%, and 47% originally dun sa service connections. Pero sa sanitation service, Mr. Speaker, wala tayong target. Pero meron naman ding percentage ang dalawang concessionaires. So originally sana ay 100% service connection. So ang target talaga natin dito 100% dapat, no? Pero ito yung performance. So it's up for the MWSS, no, to compel these concessionaires.
Tama
on
po.
the
That's a
sewerage.
very good observation, and we should hold them responsible for ensuring the compliance of that particular target po.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. On the non-revenue water, okay? Meron po tayong tinatawag na non-revenue water. Naka-factor dito po yung fixing of tariffs thus paid by the consumer, similar to system loss in electricity. So meron din palang sinisingil sa mga non-revenue water. Okay? Kumbaga, ito yung system loss on electricity. So sabi po ng World Bank, Mr. Speaker, it recommends that NRW should be less than 25% of the total water produced. So ibig sabihin nun, yung total na napoproduce natin na water para sa ating population, ang standard lang po na nalolos or nasasayang, yung hindi po nare-recycle for sustainable, di ba? Para maging sustainable ay 25%. Okay? Though Manila Water had 14.74%, Maynilad is over 44.95%. Okay? Yan po yung, kumbaga, system loss. Pero ang standard according to WHO, not less than 25%. So, paano po yun natiyak? Paano po natin matitiyak sana na, kasi dapat ay nasusustain natin at walang loss, di po ba? Baka singilin pa yan sa mga consumers.
Tama po, again, that's a very good observation po na kulang din yan on the part of the concessionaires in meeting that particular target. And again, that should be addressed by, as one of the functions of the Water Regulatory Commission po. Yan din ang mahulog sa mandate nila.
Okay, so halimbawa, ang Maynilad, 44.95, no? Yung system, kumbaga system loss. Ang tawag naman sa water ay non-revenue water. Okay? So malaki, no? Maraming nalolos, maraming
That's too much po.
nasasayang
Yes.
na tubig. Okay? So I hope ma-address nitong water resources. At kung ito nga may standard na tayo, dapat may ini-insure din yan ng ating mga agency concerning water. And last na po, Mr. Speaker, as regard to employment. Okay? Dahil magkakaroon po tayo ng consolidation ng ating mga iba't ibang water agencies, institution, nakalagay dito, no, yung iba't ibang mga water natin. So, ano po mangyayari sa mga empleyado, Mr. Speaker? Magkakaroon po ba ng tanggalan? Ito yung kinakatakot natin dito, no, sa pagkakaroon nitong Department of Water. Baka yung mga agencies attached ay mawalan ng trabaho. So ano po ba yung ine-expect natin na pwedeng mag-retire, ma-retrench? Pero syempre ayaw natin na may mawalan ng trabaho. Meron na po ba kayong target doon sa sinasabi nating retrenchment, early retirement, magre-retire, or i-retooling, i-retrain? Meron na po ba tayong ganong plano, Mr. Speaker?
Meron po, other than the fact na, in fact, the creation of this department will generate more jobs po kasi mas maraming bureaus or divisions po na mag-create under this department. But Section 39 also provides na the employees of the agencies whose powers were transferred, absorbed, or subsumed by the Department of Water Resources shall enjoy security of tenure po para to ensure na walang mawawalan ng trabaho under this bill.
I hope, Mr. Speaker. Kasi may experience tayo. Halimbawa, sa MWSS experience, from a reduced number of 857 employees due to offer of early retirement package in 1996. Around 48% were retrenched with only 3,800 employees by both concessionaires. Kasi hindi ba dati nasa MWSS yung pagpo-provide ng water. Nung pinrivatize natin yan, napunta sa mga concessionaires, marami po na hindi na-absorb. 48% po ng mga empleyado ng MWSS ang natanggal. Okay? The current workforce of Manila Water is 2,412. and Maynilad with 2,123 or a total of 4,535 or 20% increase since, okay? So the employee to subscribe, service connection, okay? So yun po yung experience natin. Yung Basiwa experience, ito yung po sa Bacolod. JVA Prime Water, noong January 21, of the 474 employees, around 404 were retrenched. Na-privatize po, Mr. Speaker, etong water o nagkaroon ng joint venture agreement dito sa Basiwa. Okay? Ang kasalukuyang water district at saka yung isang private concessionaire. 85% po yung na-retrench. Other water districts, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, Florida Blanca, Malolos, etc. Marami po mga na-retrench. Kasi kung ito po ay, kung mag-open tayo ng Department of Water, mag-open po tayo ng floodgate sa mga private providers na sinasabi po ng ating mga kababayan na naka-experience ng privatization ng water ay una, mahal, pangalawa, hindi siya kumbaga nawawalan ng tubig, Mr. Speaker. So yun. So ito yung pangatlo, yung mga as regards to employment. So ma-assure mo natin on the record, Mr. Speaker, no? Yung sinasabi ng ating sponsor about the security of tenure ng ating mga government employees na nasa mga attached agencies related to water agencies po, Mr. Speaker. So, are you sure walang mawawalan ng trabaho, walang matatanggal? So, ano po yung assurance natin?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. There will be no agency that will be dissolved. In fact, some will be subsumed, some will be attached, and new divisions and bureaus will be opened that will require this department to hire more. But just to ensure that no one will be retrenched and that the security of tenure will be respected, Section 39 na pinovide ng bill. Other than my word, it's now in the bill that no one will be, that the security of tenure of these employees will be respected.
Okay. So, I hold your word for that, Mr. Speaker. At saka yun dito. So, makikita naman yan sa experience. Lagi naman yan sinasabi, pero meron pa rin nangyayari. So, just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, as for my last na to. So, syempre, tayo po as a state, we guarantee minimum free, affordable water, at least 50 to 100 liters per person to live and survive. Pay only the excess of minimum or pay only the 1% or less of their income and genuine socialized pricing. Sa sa experience po ng Turkmenistan for 25 years until 2018 and Ireland provide free minimum water. Okay? Ito yung Turkmenistan for 25 years and until 2018, yung Ireland, nagpo-provide po sila sa kanyang mamamayan ng minimum according to the UN standard, WHO standard, nung yung presyo at saka yung minimum na 50 to 100 liters per person. Okay? And number 2 po, Mr. Speaker, dun sa ating manifestation, with this, stop profit-seeking privatization. Instead, pursue social-oriented, people-owned managed water services. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, raise the salaries and wages to a living wage. So, yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much po sa ating sponsor.
We thank Representative Castro for her manifestation and interpellation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to move that the Honorable Richard Gomez of the 4th District of Leyte be recognized for his interpellation.
The Congressman for the 4th District of Leyte, the handsome actor turned astute politician, Congressman Richard Gomez, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Sponsor. Will you yield to some clarifications and questions, please?
I will try to answer the questions of our distinguished colleague.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sponsor, yesterday, during the sponsorship speech, I'm very happy that you mentioned about watershed protection and SDG 6, which is very important because the Sustainable Development Goals will be ending in 2030. And as we all know, and the 17 SDGs, not all of that will be accomplished by the Republic. And Mr. Speaker, with regards to the water resource management, will it cover watershed protection and protected areas?
Watershed protection will still be under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, but there will be proper coordination with the Department of Water Resources.
Watershed protection, because it says here water resource management, and watershed is part of water resource.
Yes, sir, but it's not a function that we took away from DNR.
Yes. And also, the NIA is under the Department of Agriculture, and eventually this will be transferred to the new water resource management.
It will be an attached agency, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are different sources of water. Correct?
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
What are they, Mr. Speaker?
We have groundwater, we have surface water, we have treated water, rainwater, floodwater, and stormwater.
Yes, including the rivers and lakes. And would you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, if I say that one of the biggest resource of water is the rainfall?
I would agree with our distinguished colleague.
And would you agree with me, Mr. Speaker, if I say that one of the biggest sources of wastewater is the water that we use in our everyday household use, such as brushing our teeth, taking a shower, washing dishes, washing the clothes, washing our car?
That is also correct, Mr. Speaker.
Would it be part of the new water resource management to come up with policies on how to save water?
How to save water?
Yes.
I think that would be part of the functions of the department, Mr. Speaker. Not only just saving, but also reusing and treated water.
Yes, I mentioned this, Mr. Speaker, because when I was mayor of Ormoc City, I saw the importance of saving water, even if we have protected areas and even if we have abundance of water. And one of the executive orders I executed was for new construction, for any new construction in our city, to have a rainwater catching facility. Can that be one of the policies of the new Water Management Board?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, that is one of the objectives of this bill.
Mr. Sponsor, with this new water resource management, can we ensure the public that the water rates prevailing right now will not increase?
I cannot speak of the guarantee that it will not be increased. It will be totally dependent upon the members of the Water Regulatory Commission. It will be created under this bill.
Because water is essential to us. And right now, I'd like to find out, Mr. Speaker, although I am based in Leyte, based in Ormoc, what is the water rate here in Metro Manila? Per 10 cubic meter or per cubic meter? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, checking at the internet, is the water rates in Metro Manila at 505 pesos per 10 cubic meter, or roughly around that price range?
Mr. Speaker, nobody seems to have that data here behind me. Sorry.
Okay. And is the reason I asked that, Mr. Speaker, is because obviously the rates are varying, no? And our fear is that if we come up with a new water resource management, everyone's worry is that the water rates will all increase. And our worry also in our beloved city is that our water rates right now per 10 cubic meters, if used per month, is only 100 pesos.
Innovative schemes.
Mr. Speaker, one of the functions of the Water Regulatory Commission is to require the review or approval of contracts or agreements that may impact on the tariff and rates of service provisions entered into by the service providers upon petition or motu proprio, where in its determination public interest so dictates. So we have measures to check on probable increases of rates.
If these are franchise holders from government, not necessarily those water systems being operated and run by LGUs.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, last two questions. With regards to the local water utilities administration, will this fall under the new water resource management already?
Yes, LUWA will be a subsumed agency. It will be part of the Department of Water Resources without its lending functions.
Except the lending functions.
Yes, sir.
But LUWA will still be alive.
Subsumed,
functioning
sir.
once we have the new water resource management.
It will be
department?
subsumed, and in fact, based on the amendments that will be given, it will be absorbed, and it will just be a bureau of the Department of Water Resources, no longer as LUWA.
It will not be, so it will only function as a lending unit.
No more, sir. It will no longer have a lending function. It will have technical advisory functions, but its lending functions will be transferred to Land Bank and other government financial institutions.
So we are essentially scrapping out the LUWA, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, they will be subsumed by the Department of Water Resources. No, not attached, subsumed.
Yes. This is because it has failed its functions through the years. Otherwise, there's no reason for the new water department to absorb it if it's functioning properly.
I cannot answer if they failed their functions, but the draft, the members of the committee deemed it proper to just subsume it and make it part of the entire organizational structure.
Mr. Sponsor, I'd like to thank this time for answering some of my questions. No? And it's my fervent prayer that in the hope that this water department will push through and come to life, we are hoping that that water rates will not increase.
I'm also hoping that same thing, Mr.
Yes. And also, Mr. Sponsor, I'm hoping that under the new department, they can also come up with policies that they can include, not policy of the new water department included in the National Building Code to include water collecting facilities from rain. For
That is a very good suggestion,
new
Mr.
construction,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
That is a very good suggestion, and we can both bring it up when the department appears before us for its budget.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the time. Mr. Sponsor, thank you so much.
Thank you. The Deputy Majority Leader, Richard Gomez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City for his interpellation.
Chairman Mark Go is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, our Majority Leader. I have some questions to our sponsor of the measure. This is with regards to basically Section 14. These are the attached agencies. In particular, about the Local Water Utilities Administration, or LUA. It appears that with the provision of Section 14, Paragraph A, all the mandate, powers, and function of the Local Water Utilities Administration under PD 198 are going to be transferred from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and attached to the Department of Water Resource. Having said that, it appears that the LUA will not have any more powers and functions. Now, the question I would like to ask is, why do you still want to make it as an attached agency under this particular section, even when it's going to be, I would say, all the powers and functions, as well as the objectives as mandated under PD 198 are already removed and transferred to the Department of Water Resource? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
That is a correct observation, Mr. Speaker, that is still mentioned in Section 14 in the proposed bill. But at the proper time, we will be accepting the amendment that the local water utilities will be subsumed and another bureau be created that would be called the Local Water Service Providers Bureau. So the entire portion of Section 14A will most likely be amended by an individual amendment, sir.
Okay, I think I will take that as a very positive response to my question. Now, I would like to know what are the ramifications of this particular measure in terms of the different water districts all over the country. I would like to know, being the representative of Baguio City, we have a water district in Baguio, and we would like to be assured, as also said by Congressman Gomez, that we don't like that the water rates will increase as a result of this proposed measure, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, and Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Joey Salceda to answer the query.
Is Chairman Salceda is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much. In answer to the question of the distinguished representative of Baguio City, LUA has actually slowed down on its loans to water districts. Under the proposed setup and upon the advice of the Department of Finance, there is more money for the water districts from DBP and Land Bank. And so what happens is that LUA will essentially remain as a guarantor to these loans that may be granted. In other words, the source of funds now for the financing of the water districts is effectively transferred. And under the new Agri-Agra law, the definition of ARD, or Agriculture and Rural Development, there is a clarification from BSP Governor Medalla that loans to water districts shall be considered as being as being qualified or eligible under the agri-agri law. So in short, there is a bigger pie for the water districts.
What about in terms of the cost of this loan, if and when we have this passed? Will this cost of the loans in terms of interest will remain the same?
My own estimate, Your Honor, is it is more likely that it will be cheaper because, for example, Land Bank has 1.6 trillion in loanable funds, and DBP has 850 billion in loanable funds. And therefore, they are in a better position, given their capacity to raise funds cheaper from the public, and therefore, they will be able to loan to LUA, and special status of, no, not LUA, to Water District. And the special status of Water District is that, unlike any other enterprises, they are now eligible as compliance to the agri-agri law.
With thank you, Mr. Sponsor. In the case of, again, of the Baguio, of the water district in the country, they are supposed to submit, even they have been there for so many years.
Yes.
They are supposed to submit the Public Service Improvement Plan. And do we have a specific criteria of what these plans are, so that that will be the basis for them to, implement and be measured after a certain period of time? The worry that many water districts will be facing here, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is that they might be situations where if it is not acceptable to whoever, the Department of Water Resource, they might be privatized, it might be sold, which will be, it will be a problem for them if this is going to happen.
With or without LUA, Your Honor?
No, it's indicated here that the Department of Water Resource will promulgate and enforce reasonable technical standards, classification, and measurements of service, provided that local water districts, LGU-run, and private utilities, especially level 2 and 3, water service providers found performing significantly below prescribed standards shall be required to submit a public service improvement plan with committed performance improvement. Do we have, at this point, what are those standards?
In Section 28, Your Honor, the Commission, the WRC, may impose such condition on the licensee as it may deem necessary, including tariffs, term fixing, grounds for modification, minimum technical performance, expansion targets and service level improvements, restrictions, reportorial requirements, as well as submission of annual performance. So in short, you have basically two entities. One is the WRC, and which is the regular, and the DWR. So I don't know if we are colliding, Your Honor. But,
no, I understand what you are trying to say, Mr. Sponsor. The only concern here is that they might have not have been measured now, and if we will be imposing new standards of measurement, that might be a very big concern. And probably there should be a transition period for this to ensure that all of them will comply with the requirements as set forth under this particular provision, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, I think as always, whenever you create new agencies, there will always be presumption of continuity of the existing conditions upon which their licenses were issued. So any new conditions that may be imposed either by the DWR or the WRC will have to go through hearing or will have to go through some form of consultations.
Section 22C.
Okay, well, with that assurance, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, and Mr. Speaker, I think I would propose that we include that provision in this particular measure, Mr. Sponsor. My other question,
Your Honor, if you read on page, on section 22, there is adopt and require appoint an interim management committee to ensure continuity of service in case a licensee, including those run by LGUs or local water district, fails to meet the conditions of the license. So we anticipated, Your Honor, that there may be some instances where these conditions may not be met. And I don't think, Your Honor, with or without the DWR, with or without the WRC, if they're bound to fail, but at least now we have a DWR which could institute an interim management arrangement, Your Honor. So it is for the better of public service.
yes, I just would like to be sure that the criteria that are used in measuring them now should be highly considered because they've been used to it, and imposing new criteria should, they should be given ample time to do some adjustments in the work they do in the different local water utilities in the country, Mr. Chair.
Definitely, Your Honor. If there will be any changes, I think any disruption will also be a disruption of public service. And therefore, it is to the best interest as of the mandate of the DWR that there should be prior consultation, and second, an adjustment period, so that the local water districts or the concessionaires will have time to raise the resources as well as fix the way they serve their public or their clientele.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I think that's all what I have, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpret the sponsor, on House Bill number 9663, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debates.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Bordado for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I propose individual amendments for House Bill number 9663. And I do hope
Please proceed.
the distinguished sponsor will accept them.
Iyo po.
Salamat po. On Section 3, Mr. Speaker, definition of terms, page 4, letter U, lines 5 to 8. Delete the entire term and definition and re-letter accordingly, Mr. Speaker.
We accept.
Thank you very much. What does the sponsor say? He accepts.
We accept.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 8, powers and functions of the department, Roman number 1, letter M, page 8, lines 41 to 45, delete the entire provision and replace them with the following to read. And I quote, review, approve, and provide oversight over all water-related development plans, programs, and projects of any agency within the context of the NWRMP and overall national plans and programs, unquote.
Thank you.
We
What does the
accept.
sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On the same section, Roman number 1, page 9, letter S, line 21, delete the phrase, and I quote, be authorized to, unquote.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any
Speaker.
objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On the same section, Roman number 3, letter K, page 12, lines 10 to 11, transfer the entire provision to Roman number 5 as letter D and renumber accordingly.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On section 13, Department, Bureaus, and Services and Regional Offices, page 14, add letter J, Local Water Service Providers Bureau.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On section 14, attached agencies, page 14, lines 28 to 45, delete entire letter A and re-letter accordingly.
We accept.
What does the sponsor say? Yes. What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On section 15, offices, functions, and personnel to be completely subsumed under the department, page 15, insert as letter B to read as follows, and I quote, the Local Water Utilities Administration with its services, departments, and divisions whose mandate, powers, and functions are provided for in Title 3 of Presidential Decree number 198 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Water Utilities Administration Law, provided that its economic regulatory functions over local water districts shall be fully absorbed by the Water Regulatory Commission created under this Act. In the implementation of its functions, LUA, or LWA, will be transformed into the Local Water Service Providers Bureau, or LWSPB, which shall first furnish technical assistance and personnel training, including training programs for accounting and fiscal practices of local water service providers. Second, monitor and evaluate compliance with local water standards of water service providers. And third, effect system integration, joint investment and operation, district annexation and de-annexation whenever economically warranted, in accordance with Section 50 of Presidential Decree number 198 as amended by Section 22, Presidential Decree number 768. The authority of the LWA or LUA to review, approve, and regulate the tariff rates of local water utilities to whom it has extended loans or other financing under Section 64 of PD number 198 as amended is hereby transferred to the Water Regulatory Commission as provided in this Act and re-letter accordingly.
What does the sponsor say? Thank you. What does the House say?
I move to approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On Section 17, interface and institutional arrangements with other agencies, page 16, lines 33 to 36, delete the entire letter C and in lieu thereof replaced with the following to read, and I quote, "The Department of Energy and the National Power Corporation shall ensure that hydropower plant development plans are consistent with the National Water Development and Management Plan," unquote.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
Thank you. What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And lastly, to amend the title to read as follows, and I quote, "An Act establishing the national framework for water resource management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore," unquote.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 9663 as amended. So move.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 9663 as amended on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9663 is hereby approved on second reading as amended. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to humbly request that we acknowledge the presence of the guests of Representative Milagros Aquino Magsaysay from the United Senior Citizens Party List.
Okay.
They are Josefina Landingin, Elpidio Calixto, Priscilla Luzano, Cesar Luzano, Eleriza Viernes, Venus Umagtang, Cesar Ramos, Ray Amae, Salvador Ramirez, Jacqueline Versosa, Judith Cabillo, Alma Cristina Abaog, John Reynan Fernandez, Sherwin B. Mayuga, Joan Casaklang, Crisista Aquino, Gloria Olicia, Analiceta Velasco, Ferry Reyes, Lumina Mabanglo, Tita Pulihin, Lori De Guzman, Rafael Fabia, Aida Payumo, Daisy Gusilatar, Margie Tuviara, Labrieda Flores, and Lourdes Fernandez.
To the guests of the Honorable Milagros Aquino Magsaysay, welcome to the House of Representatives. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, again, I would like to humbly request that we acknowledge the presence of the guests of Representative Jonathan Keith Flores of the 2nd District of the Province of Bukidnon. The following councilors and guests are here: Honorable Eutropio Hamilio, Honorable Jesse Hos Uy, Honorable Dionedes Tulusan, Honorable Jonathan Olana, Honorable Senya Ekeminada, Honorable Maxwell Antivo, Honorable Lucero Oliver, Honorable Lito Sinhayan, Honorable Jaime Okinlay, Miss Mercedes Quirong, and Mr. Ruel Singel.
To the guests of the Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to respectfully request that we acknowledge the presence of the guest of Honorable Josefina B. Talado from the 1st District of Camarines Norte. They are the following municipal councilors and SK Chairman of the Municipality of Jose Panganiban Province of Camarines Norte. They are Honorable Artemio Andaya Jr., Honorable Grace Rubio Valablanca, Honorable Maria Corazon Gubetero Arenal, Honorable John Michael Ong Guzman, Honorable Kath Dilao, Honorable Wilfredo Tagle Oficiar, Honorable Francisca Angela Sugkang Napa, Honorable Ronnie Aragon Abriol, ex-officio Jake Martinez, and SK Chairman Renwil Guillam Capones.
To the guests of Honorable Josefina Talado, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like also to acknowledge the guest of Honorable PM Vargas, 5th District Representative of Quezon City, and Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves, and Assistant Majority Leader Kong Richard Gomez. They are the sector heads of Triskelion Council of Quezon City, District 5. They are Clinton Antonio Marjo Rufin, MC Christian Clarion, Christian Roy de Guzman, Arnie Aquino, Alain Arellano, Marlon Sullivan, Jerome Ines, Gilbert Rimarim, Marvin Eusebio, Nico Guerrero, Emmanuel Joseph, Aris Diaz, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Congressman PM Vargas, the sector heads of the Triskelion Council of Quezon City, District 5, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they are the guests of Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves and Assistant Majority Leader Kong Richard Gomez.
Yes, and the guest of Honorable Bong Teves and Congressman Richard Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the guest of Tingog Party List, Congresswoman Yeda Marie Romualdez, Kong Jude Asidre, and Congresswoman Karen Javier. They are from the province of Leyte. From Alangang, Leyte, Vice Mayor Mario V. Bague, SB Gina Baldemeros, SB Kechi Rex Barantes, SB Claire G. Yu, SB Kenneth Spice De Vera, SB Kent Jeff Lord Guillermo, SB Elmer D. Matobato, SB Ricardo Niel Yusores, and SK Federation Press Benilia Galpo. From Palo, Leyte, SB Andres Ian Sevilla, SB Casimiro P. Villas, SB Chiki Ruth Uy, SB Aaron Roca, SB Felipe E. Yugrubay, SB Antonio C. Hernit, SB John Michel Dolina, SB Casimiro B. Parado, ABC President Ruel Valdevilla. From Tanawan, Leyte, Mayor Gina Merillo, SB Josie M. Creer, SB Sherry Ann Fiel, SB Kyle Misias, SB May Jane Angeli Morabe Burais, SB Jasmine Borja, SB Mark Efren Merilo, SB John Elmer Magdalaga, SB Paul Emmanuel Cinco, from Santa Fe, Leyte, Mayor Amparo Montesa, Vice Mayor Eduardo Toreros, Honorable SB Rodel Ajeto, SB Gerald Lawrence Darga, SK Federation President, Honorable Edgardo Salceda, Honorable Amiel Enage, SB Alvin Petilla, SB Larry Aruta, SB Agnes Chuca, SB Jenny Esmero, SB Ricardo Fajardo. From Dagami, Leyte, Honorable Jumar Dumduma, Honorable Rolando Budoy, Honorable Brian Bayona, Honorable Caridad Cabidog, Honorable Jetro Bardilon, Honorable Susan Mendoza, Honorable Dads Treseñe, Honorable Jose Jingle Sudario. From Tacloban, Leyte, Honorable Leo Bahin, Honorable Edson Malaki, Honorable Maria Elvira Casal, Honorable Aimee Grafil, Honorable Brian Steve Granados, Honorable Christopher Esperas, Honorable Banji Esperas. From MacArthur, Leyte, Honorable Mayor Rodin Babante, Honorable Sandrix Pantin, Honorable Jonathan Barkin, Honorable Ireneo Remañez Jr., Honorable Raul Mundala, Honorable Victoriano Lazar, Honorable Trina Burawis, Honorable Gwendolyn Berizo, Honorable Leonardo Leria Jr., and ABC President Maria Teresa Babante. From Abuyog, Leyte, Vice Mayor James Bohol, Arnold Alera, Edmond Sanyo, Honorable Francisco Landia, Honorable Antonio Almendra, Honorable Patrocinio Rizos, Honorable Edita Deloy, Honorable Janet Valida. From Batbangon, Leyte, SB Carl Jomar Embanya. From the province of Biliran, they are also the guests of Congresswoman Yeda Marie Romualdez and Cong Jude Asidre, together with Congressman Jereboy Espina Jr., Lone District of Biliran. They are Mayor Rodessa Revita, Vice Mayor Linda Vermug, Councilor Jo Maricia, Councilor Clemente Sabare, Councilor Lenny Asur, Councilor J.U., Councilor Leo Isegne, ABC Loresca Delante. From San Miguel, Leyte, Richard Len Lapidario, Ruben Agmer, Antonio Asis, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of our Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Tingog Party List Representatives Yeda Marie Romualdez and Jude Asidre, Honorable Karen Javier and Congressman Espina Jr., welcome to the House of Representatives. Please stand up to be recognized. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your visit.
Also, Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Also, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the guest of Congressman Raul Angelo Bongalon of Ako Bicol Party List. They are from the Children International Philippines Incorporated. They are Stephanie Ventura, Christopher Raymond Medina, Sandra Ley Ann Lutilia, Henry Fel Hernandez, Alan Katamco, Virgilin Omisol, Novi Willa Rafaela, El Genelito Dapiton, Manuel Rabara, Purita Sara Bernal, Arnulfo Bilason, Antonio Navarrete, Merino Lucina, Marjorie Salvino, Fe Escorel Abelardo, Rebecca J. Fuelos, Gertrudes Guiran, Laspi Gaburnay, Jahanalin Rivera, Lauren Santiago, Arcisa Joy Sandy, John Rex Duran, Dexter Mason, Donabel Arcilio, Ferdinand Miranda, Beth Jones, and Honorable Angelica Jones, former board member, 3rd District of Laguna. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Congressman Raul Angelo Bongalon, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Rhea May Gulias of the 1st District of Cebu, namely Mr. Aljumar Quirante and Ms. Laika Quirante.
To the guests of Honorable Congresswoman Rhea May Gulias, welcome to the House of Representatives. Daghang salamat sa inyong pagbisita. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to also acknowledge the guests of Representative Wuwu Fortes of the 2nd District of Sorsogon, the public officials of LGU Bulan, Irosin, Huban, and Matnog, namely Municipal Councilor Noli Galeria, Municipal Councilor Evelyn Garalde, Municipal Councilor Recto Dulay, Municipal Councilor Carlos G. Estrelion Jr., Municipal Councilor Josephine Bautista, Municipal Councilor Julius Cesar Magtibay, Municipal Councilor Jeffrey Azur, Municipal Councilor Guillermo De Castro Jr., Municipal Councilor Vincent Howe, Municipal Councilor Jamaica Saw, Municipal Councilor Jershon Carino, Municipal Councilor Reynaldo Lascano Jr., Municipal Councilor Jojo Del Monte, Municipal Councilor Irvin Carl Fortes, Municipal Councilor Antonio Gajo, Municipal Councilor Ansam Bringuela, Barangay Councilor Richard Rodriguez, Mr. Raymond Dolente, and Mr. Jesse Dasilo.
To the guests of Honorable Congressman Wuwu Fortes, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of Representative Divina Grace Yu of the 1st District of Zamboanga del Sur and Representative Jazel Victoria Yu of the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur, the SK Federated of Zamboanga del Sur, namely Obre Mayol Nuneza of the Municipality of Aurora, Kaint Jekyll Godin of the Municipality of Bayog, Odrenber Palmero of the Municipality of Dimataling, Rupert Verhil Tangan of the Municipality of Dinas, Justoni Sulatorio of the Municipality of Dumalinao, Shanner Mabang of the Municipality of Labangan, Al Sharif Dianca of the Municipality of Mahayag, Roy Alfred Encaliado of the Municipality of Margos sa Tubig, Shani Jairos Monterola of the Municipality of Midsalip, Charina Jordan of the Municipality of Molabe, June Carl Arcite Lantig of the Municipality of Ramon Magsaysay, Gerald Paul Alcomendras of the Municipality of San Miguel, Katz Carol Bate Gargar of the Municipality of Sominot, Precious Ellen Abueva of the Municipality of Tambulig, Excel Joy Amores of the Municipality of Tabina, Lloyd Tingson Ligutom of the Municipality of Tukuran, Maria Belen Joy Tormes of the Municipality of Vicenzo Sagun, and Marlin Yu Tan of Pagadian City.
To the guests of Honorable Divina Grace Yu and Honorable Giselle Victoria Yu, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under unfinished business, the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9648 and like to request the Secretary to please read the title.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9648.
House Bill 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 9648 is that the period of sponsorship and debate has already been terminated. And like now to request that we recognize the principal sponsor, the good congressman from the 4th District of the City of Manila, Representative Edward Maceda, rather.
The Honorable Maceda is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we're done with the period of interpellation and debate after last night's extensive discussion with Congresswoman Brosas and Congresswoman Castro.
Oh, I see. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like now to move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I'd like to move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Isabel Zamora from the Lone District of San Juan City for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Zamora is recognized with her amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, we would like to propose the amendment under Section 43, line 13 to 14. Delete the following phrase, shall require the shortlisting of bidders using, and instead insert the following phrase, of shortlisted bidders shall undergo.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, for the second amendment, under page 25, section 60, lines 36 to 38, delete the sentence, provided that when further approval of the Office of the President of the Philippines is required, the contract shall not be deemed approved.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, because we basically improved this provision in the new Procurement Act. The proviso that the distinguished Vice Chair of the Committee on Revision of Laws is asking to be deleted, that is no longer related. So the committee accepts the amendment.
Thank you. What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, we move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, for the third amendment, under page 25, section 60, lines 26 to 28, we propose to delete the entire paragraph C and replace it with C, for any justifiable and reasonable ground where the award of a contract will not redound to the benefit of the government of the Philippines in the following instances. Number one, if the physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible, as determined by the HOPE, or head of the procuring entity. Second, if the project is no longer necessary as determined by the HOPE. Or third, if the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the procuring entity.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, I think Section 60, which deals with the right of the head of the procuring entity to reject any and all bids or declare a failure of bidding in cases of collusion between public officers or employees. I truly believe that the amendment, by replacing what is currently in the substitute bill in Section C and putting the amendment that we agreed upon with Congresswoman Brosas last night, I think it will make the reservation clause more extensive and it will redound to the benefit of the government. So we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, we move that we approve the amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The individual amendment is hereby approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further individual amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of amendments.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote for second reading House Bill number 9648 as amended.
there is a motion to approve House Bill number 9648 as amended on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9648 is hereby approved on second reading as amended. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our dear colleagues in the House for approving one of the SONA and LEDAC priority measures, also mentioned by the President in his State of the Nation address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. Congratulations. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino, Assistant Minority Leader, Dr. Min Byung-Shul, Mr. Kim Sanggon, Mr. Lee Hwan-Heng, Mr. Sang Piju, Ms. Shivani Abuha, Ms. Senda Diona, Romulo Victor Israel Jr. They are our guests from the Republic of Korea.
to the guests of our Honorable Marisa Delmar Magsino, welcome to the House of Representatives. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you for your visit. Session suspended. You got this. Get this real quick.
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9674 as contained in Committee Report number 903, and may we request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read House Bill number 9674.
House Bill number 9674, an act providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the said measure is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. May we request that we acknowledge the Honorable Edward Maceda.
The Honorable Edward Maceta, Chairperson of the Committee on Revision of Laws, is hereby recognized.
Auditing.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think nandito pa kayo kagabi alas 11 nung tinapos ko yung sponsorship speech po nitong bill na to.
Tama po.
This is also one of the SONA and LEDAC priority measures mentioned by the President in his State of the Nation address. So I'm ready to accept questions, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
Majority Leader, you see the waving of the hand.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion.
Your motion is withdrawn. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The Party List Representative ACT Teachers, the Representative Franz Castro is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our floor leader. Muli, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker, kasi I have here a copy of House Bill number 9674 without a number. So, i-check ko lang, Mr. Speaker, if this is the one po na yung final copy po nung bill. Kasi yung hawak ko po ay walang number.
1 minute suspension for the conferment. Session resumes. Majority Leader. We recognize, I think, Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am here in my hands the copy of the House Bill number 9674. So kinuha ko lang, Mr. Chair, yung final copy, baka kasi nagdedebate kami ng distinguished sponsor na mali yung aming tinitignan. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, dito sa aking inquiry. Okay. So mahalaga din, Mr. Speaker, itong House Bill number 9674. So katulad po kahapon nung ating panukalang batas on procurement and awards law o yung RA 91, parang kumbaga amendment sa 9174, mahalaga din po ito yung auditing process na ginagawa. Okay? Dahil ang pondo ng ating mga mamamayan ay alam naman natin na yung mga nakokolektang mga taxes niyan at mga kita ng ating gobyerno ay galing din po yan sa ating mga mamamayan na mahalaga na magamit ng maayos. At itong papel ng auditing ay napakahalaga din kung nagagamit ba ng maayos o hindi ng ating mga concerned na mga opisyales ng bawat ahensya ang pera ng ating mga mamamayan. Kaya magandang hindi rin natin madaliin. Mr. Speaker, yung deliberation nitong napakahalagang revise, sabi ng ating sponsor ay revised law daw po on the auditing. Kaya kasi nakalagay dito yung providing for the revised government auditing code of the Philippines. Okay, so siguro mga technical muna na tanong, Mr. Speaker. So ito po ay, pasensya na po, hindi ko na-attenan ang isa sa mga committee hearings. So ilan po ba yung mga committee hearings dito sa panukalang batas na ito bago ito na tapos doon sa committee report, Mr. Speaker?
Nagkaroon po kami ng 2 mother committee hearing, 1 subcommittee hearing at several small technical working groups sa committee. Kausap po ang mga associate commissioners at legal team po ng COA. Meron pong nung nakaraang linggo, 3 araw po na mula umaga hanggang hating gabi po, ay magkakausap po kami ng COA team.
So, with those na mga meetings, public hearings sa committee on revision of law, so tingin natin sapat na po yung panahon para dito sa ating proposed amendments of laws.
Mr. Speaker, yes, because actually to lay the predicate for this discussion and deliberation. These are the general principles that according to PD 1445, yung dati pong sinusunod natin na presidential decree. 1978 pa kasi po yun eh. So that is more than 40 years ago. Pero general principles lang po yun at general principles lang po yung nakalagay dito. Dahil po yung mga detalye, napakarami rin pong mga issuances, yung mga rules of procedure, explaining each and every provision and each and every paragraph. Yung mga detalye po ay nasa COA memoranda tsaka COA circulars. At they serve as the implementing rules and regulations of PD 1445, and they will continue to serve as such if and when the revised auditing code is passed. So, in fact, nag-suggest po ang inyong lingkod sa COA na sinabi nila na suggest din pala sa kanila yon nung nag-hearing sila sa Senado. Kung di ako nagkakamali ni Senator Escudero, na gumawa sila ng compendium ng mga circulars and memoranda, if possible, annotated compendium, para madali, magkakasama na. And they said that they will work on having an annotated compendium to serve as the rules and regulations. So mga principles lang po ito, mga general policies po.
Okay. So I understand, Mr. Speaker. So nandito nga yung objectives no after 45 years no ng PD 1445. So here we are. Meron tayong revised government auditing code considering yung naging mga problema, okay? Yung mga experience natin for 45 years at saka yung iba pa nating mga keep it up with the new technology. Yes. So nakita ko dito, no, nag-a-adapt tayo ng international accounting and audit standards by utilizing technologies and innovative solutions in audit, approaches, and process. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, medyo traditional pa, no, yung alam ko doon sa pag-audit. Siyempre, pag nag-audit tayo, yung mga OR, di ba? Yung mga official receipts.
Opo.
So, pardon me, no, kung meron akong pagkukulang din sa pagkakaintindi, tungkol dun sa mga technologies and innovative solutions. So, ano po ba itong mga sinasabi nating mga innovative solutions and technologies na nakalagay dito sa ating objectives? Sa una, ano po ba yung present? Paano tayo nag-audit at paano ma-enhance or ma-improve yung ating auditing process po? Ano po ba yung kasalukuyan?
Kasi po yung mga papeles na sinasabi niyo mga OR, physical copies po kasi yun eh. Binibigay yun doon sa external auditor. Lahat po ng ahensya ng gobyerno, tatlo po kasing grupo eh, national government agencies and departments, government corporations, local government units. Tatlo pong grupo yon. Lahat po, bawat isa po doon, merong external auditor. Galing po sa COA yun. Yun yung audit team. Lahat po. Iba po yun doon sa internal auditor na yung organic, yung kunwari sa Congress kumuha tayo. Iba po yun kasi kung ano man yung report ng internal auditor, kailangan subject to the review palagi ng external independent auditor. Yun po sinasubmit lahat ng papeles doon for audit. Tapos, kung yung mga may red flags, tulad ng meron silang notice of suspension, ganon, o pwedeng maging notice of disallowance pag hindi mo napatunayan yung NS na wala ka namang kasalanan, ibabalik po lahat yung mga papel doon sa auditing agency. Ang matitira lang po sa COA, yung sa state auditor ay yung mga papeles na may red flag. Ngayon po, require sila na mag-digital copy. So isa-scan po lahat ng papeles, ay babalik pa rin yung physical copy dun sa auditing agency. Ikikip nila yung mga may red flag. Pero kahit yung binalik po nila dun sa auditing agency, lahat po yun may digital copy. At isostore po nila yun sa digital vault. Yun po yung isa sa mga improvement dito sa revised government auditing code. Iba po yung mga provisions on digitization po.
Okay. So, sa ngayon ba, Mr. Speaker, lahat ba ng ating mga LGUs, mga ahensya, ay may capacity na nung tinasabi nating mga technologies and innovation solutions. So, 100% na po ba mula sa pinakamaliliit na LGU, municipalities, yung may ganito na po? Or kung ano po yung status ng, kumbaga, yung mga technologies na binabanggit po natin, Mr. Speaker?
Yung pong pagdating po sa digital copies, ang pagkakaalam ko kaya na po nila, kasi yung isa scan po yun eh. Alam ko kaya na po ng lahat ng mga...
So, lahat na po ng agencies,
Opo. Pero
institutions.
yung provisions po sa digitization, karamihan din po kaya na yun eh. Kasi yung Section 62, ano ba yung sa inyo? Iba yung sa akin. Section 61, second paragraph, kung pwedeng puntahan ng ating kagalang-galang na representante na ACT teachers. It refers to digital or electronic devices used to acknowledge cash receipt. Magkakaroon po ng electronic ER, siyempre, electronic OR, siyempre, EOR. At yung mga e-collection modes na in-institutionalize po natin dito, self-collect and credit, collect, aggregate, remit, or other modes of electronic collection as may be around in the future, ilalagay din po siya sa archives. Magkakaroon na po ng archives yung mga ahensya. Tapos dito sa section, the same is acceptable provided the document maintains its integrity and reliability and can be authenticated so as to be usable for subsequent reference, provided that the electronic document has remained complete and unaltered, apart from any addition of any endorsement. At pangalawa po, yung Section 62, pinapayagan na po yung electronic payment through TDL, Transfer, Distribute, Liquidate. Yan yung parang po yung mga GCash, Paymaya po. Credit card, DEP. Ano yung DEP? Direct. Ano yung DEP? Anong sample? Ano yung ADA? Okay, yung direct electronic payment ay parang bank-to-bank po yun. Yung ADA po ay, ano yun? Ano yung ADA? Automatic Debit Advice. So ibig sabihin, hindi na po yung pera lalabas, kunwari, sa isang depository bank, papunta doon sa isang depository bank ng ahensya. Parang dinedebit na lang. Ginagawa naman po na ngayon yun.
Okay, so ito yung pamamaraan, Mr. Speaker, para mas mapabilis natin
Opo.
yung auditing.
Opo.
At yung pamamaraan din na, nandito rin ba yung pamamaraan ng pag-authenticate nitong mga digital na through this physical? Kasi kung digital siya, di ba? So digital yung payment, walang physical yon. Or meron din siyang copy for, di ba katulad halimbawa ng GCash or Paymaya. So may mga printed yon. Tama po ba? Yung
meron
mga
po.
resibo na okay. So yun din, included din siya dito sa ano, no?
Yes.
Dito sa pamamaraan.
Opo.
Okay, so balik po ako no dun sa tanong natin, yung kakayahan ng lahat ng mga agencies natin dito sa bagong ano no, yung enhanced na due to emergence of technologies and innovation solutions in audit approaches and process. So 100% po nakatitiyak tayo na kaya yon ng ating lahat ng mga government institutions. Okay. So dito naman po doon sa to enhance the independence and effectiveness of Commission on Audit as a supreme audit institution of the country by reorganizing its structure and redefining the powers and functions. Ano po ba yung naidagdag natin mula doon sa PD na nilagay po natin dito sa ni-revise natin? Ano po yung in-enhance natin doon sa para magkaroon ng independence and effective Commission on Audit?
Dun po sa powers of the Commission pa tinatanong niyo po dun sa PD 1445?
Yes, paano natin, may naidagdag po ba kayo na provision? Kasi sabi dito sa objective ng panukalang batas is to enhance the independence and effectivity
Okay.
of the Commission on Audit. So, alin pong provision dito yung naidagdag, halimbawa po, para matugunan yon yung objective po?
Yun pong actually sa organization po dun sa PD 1445, may 10 opisina doon na ginagamit ang commission proper, which is composed of the chairman and the 2 commissioners. At may specific silang mga division of work, of labor, kumbaga. Yung 10 opisina na yun, kasi yun headed po yun ng director lumawak na po ngayon ng organizational structure ng COA. Meron na pong sectors, 11 sectors headed by 11 associate commissioners. Tapos sa ilalim po ng isang sector, marami pong opisina. Napakarami pong office headed by a director. So nilagay po natin na dito yung 11 sectors na ngayon is existing sa COA. Yun po ang Section 16, Local Government Audit Sector, National Government Audit Sector, at saka Corporate Government Audit Sector. So tatlo nga po kasi yun, tatlong ina-audit. Pang-apat po, Special Audit Sector. Yan po yung mga performance audit, fraud audit, special audit, audit ng mga private entities to which government funds have been transferred in the form of subsidy equity, Systems and Technical Audit Services Sector, Government Accountancy Sector, Legal Services Sector. Yun pong Associate Commissioner ng Legal Services Sector ay concurrently General Counsel po nila. So nagkaroon na tayong division dyan. Commission Proper Adjudication Sector. So yung mga claims, minsan dyan po under sa kanila yon, di ba? Meron po tayong mga money claims. Planning, Finance and Management Sector. Administration Sector at Professional and Institutional Development Sector na pumalit po sa Manpower Office na sila ang magpapatakbo ng mga reskilling, upskilling, yan po. Yan po yung nasa bagong batas na wala po sa dati. Kasi dati 10 opisina lang. Ngayon po, 11 sektor at sa sektor na yon, sa ilalim, marami pong opisina.
Okay. So naitanong ko yun, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa experience natin, halimbawa doon sa pag-audit po ng confidential funds.
Yeah.
Narinig natin, Mr. Speaker, yung kakulangan, no? Noong mga personnel natin sa pag-audit. So saan pong sektor, bali, dito sa bagong panukalang batas natin, saan pong sektor siya magpo-fall, Mr. Speaker, dito?
Sa ilalim po siya ng chairperson. Hindi po siya doon sa ilalim ng 11 sector. Sa ilalim kasi ng chairperson, marami pong opisina
Kasi sinasabi natin sa experience natin doon sa pagtatanong natin about the CIF. So, maraming mga government, mga government offices, LGU. In fact, ang sabi pa nga more than 2,000 na, no, nakapending na auditing, pag-audit po doon sa confidential funds. So, paano yun sasagutin nitong panukalang batas na ito, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, yung Section 8, duties and responsibilities of the chairperson. Saan dito?
So, masasagot natin yan kung magdadagdag tayo ng mga personnel. Tama po ba? Mr. Speaker?
Hindi po. Meron na po tayong under the office of the chairman na opisina na nag-handle po nung pag-audit ng intelligence and confidential funds.
Pero ang naging problem natin in the past, ang tanong ko nga po, paano natin masasolve yung backlog ng mga pag-audit nitong special fund na ito, halimbawa, na nakaano dun sa iba't ibang ano. Kasi remember, kung natatandaan po, siguro ninyo, more than 2,000 yung hindi mga na-audit pa or yung backlog. Okay. Kasi sabi dito sa objective ninyo, to enhance the effectiveness of the COA. as a supreme audit institution. So ang tanong ko, paano yun masasagot?
Tama po, sa manpower and recruitment po ng mga tao.
So magdadagdag po.
Opo.
Kung maaprubahan po ito, yung mga existing na mga personnel natin, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon, so meron po bang provision dito na magdadagdag tayo ng mga auditors, mga personnel, etc.?
Anong section? Meron po tayong section dito on organization and restructuring. Anong section? Section 7. Under the functions of the Commission, restructure when necessary the organizational structure of the Commission, create new positions, transfer items, or make adjustments in the personal services itemization. Yan po. Binibigyan ng karapatan ang COA na talaga magdagdag ng tao dahil sa totoo lang kulang po ang tao ng COA. Kung ako man gusto ko madagdagan talaga yung tao nila para ma-implement nila na maigi yung Joint Circular 2015-01 ng DBM at ng COA na medyo extensive which deals on how to audit confidential and intelligence funds. Andito po yung mga detalye.
Yun po yung tinatanong ko po, no? Kasi ito yung konkretong naging problem natin sa auditing in the past. So, with the innovation ng mga technologies, complemented ng additional personnel ng COA para ma-attain natin yung objective nitong panukalang batas. So, dapat ay reflect yan dito sa ating panukalang batas.
I agree.
Mr. Speaker.
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, ay yung
Ay, pwede po bang banggitin ko lang na
okay, sige.
yun pong masinsin na guidelines patungkol po dun sa confidential at intelligence funds ng mga local government unit, mga government corporation, minsan humihingi din mga departamento na kunwari ay kailangan may peace and order programs, kailangan may physical financial plan, tapos pag magre-release po kayo ng intelligence fund sa GC o kaya sa National Government Agency, kailangan na approval ng Pangulo. Pag yung sa local government, kailangan po ng approval ng Peace and Order Committee.
Yes. Yan po yung nandun sa COA, nasa Joint Circular 2015-1. So yan po yung mga...
This will be implemented, Mr. Speaker, by the offices under the chairman that deals with the confidential funds.
Okay. So under the chairman yan. Okay. So, yun lang po, no? Hindi lang po dyan sa usapin ng confidential funds, maging auditing on the LGU hanggang sa iba't ibang mga sa ating iba't ibang mga ahensya. Okay. Next. Kadalasan po, Mr. Speaker, yung mga tanong ko po based na sa mga practical na mga naging experience natin, na mga naging problem natin. Kasi makikita natin dito kung talagang sasagutin nitong panukalang batas na yon, yung mga naging problems natin. Kasi mahalagang efficient yung yung COA para alam natin talaga kung saan napupunta yung ating pera. Mr. Speaker, meron ba ditong provision sa panukalang batas natin on the pre-audit? Halimbawa kung magkakaroon ng project at meron tayong bibilhin, etc. Para maiwasan halimbawa yung mga disallowance o maiwasan yung mga observations. So kasi hindi ba may mga AOM, may mga disallowance. Kasi ginagawa natin ang audit after na
Post-audit
magastos yung pera. So, meron pa po ba tayong panukala dito na provision dito po sa ating revised law na proactive. So bago mangyari yung mga maling paggamit ng pera o hindi naayon na paggamit ng pera. Meron po bang provision dito?
Limitado po kasi pinagbabawal po ng Supreme Court sa case law na obligahin ng COA na mag-pre-audit. We cannot mandate the COA to pre-audit. It is disallowed by case law. The only time they can do pre-audit, which is mentioned in Section 22, which is lifted from the Constitution, is kung yung internal control system, yung may however po dun sa Section 22, lifted po yan galing sa Constitution. Where the internal control system of the audited agencies is inadequate, the Commission may adopt such measures, including temporary or special pre-audit as are necessary and appropriate to correct the deficiencies. Pag ganyan po, yung internal control system kasi po, yan, actually sa buong code na to, yan lang po yung trabaho ng organic o internal auditor ng ahensya. Lahat po ito patungkol dun sa external auditor.
Okay.
Bilang yan lang po ang trabaho ng internal auditor, management function. Ayusin yung, pero pag sa tingin ng COA, hindi maayos yung internal control systems nyo, they will be the ones to determine. They can do a special pre-audit po. Tinaalaw po sila dito sa batas. Nilift po yan sa konstitusyon.
Okay. Meron po akong example, kasi naging member din po ako ng local school board sa Quezon City. So every time na, halimbawa sa SEF, gagastos ang local school board, parang nagkakaroon ng parang pre-conference with the COA. Kasi merong mga in-house na mga auditors sa bawat ahensya, di ba? O ito, example ko po yung sa local school board, na tatanungin muna, so ito ba ay allowed o ito ba ay pwede dito na magamit natin? So may mga ganon na para maiwasan, for example, yung mga disallowance ng paggasto. Sabi ko, ay hindi pwede yan, hindi pwedeng gastusin yan para sa excursion ng mga teachers or para doon sa kung ano man, yung mga seminars ng mga teachers. So may ganon po ba na procedure sa auditing?
May practice po na they can consult anytime. Pero hindi po tatawagin talaga na pre-audit yun kasi mas masinsin yung pre-audit dahil po pinagbabawalan po ng Constitution.
Okay. So, alam na natin ngayon yung coverage lang nitong panukalang batas na ito. Okay? So, ilan din po doon sa nakalagay dito na mga special features. Parang marami pa siyang mga key provisions dito
Opo.
sa ating panukalang batas o yung revised natin.
Opo.
Sinasabi natin dito yung institutionalizes the accountability and accountable officer holding cash accounts. Kasi dun sa limited na experience ko po, meron di ba may mga amount na pwede lang nahawakan yung mga concerned na mga officials ng bawat ahensya. So nabago po ba yan? Kasi parang may mga amount, 'di ba? Kung ganito lang yung position mo, merong ganitong amount ka lang na pwede mong gamitin or in your disposition. So meron po ba dito?
Dito po sa Section 86, every officer of any government agency whose duties permit or require the possession or custody of government funds or property shall be accountable therefor. Other government officers who, though not accountable by the nature of their duties, may likewise be similarly held accountable, and every accountable officer shall be properly bonded in accordance with the law and pertinent rules and regulations.
Okay, ang tanong ko po, tumaas na po ba yung sa mga accountable officers po? Halimbawa, sa IRR, tumaas na po ba yung at this time siguro yung mga amount na, halimbawa itong si disbursing officer, ang pwede niya lang hawakan ay 100,000. Yung mga ganun po ba ay nagkaroon na ng pagbabago din or changes?
Actually, isa po yan dun sa bringing up ng chairman ng public accounts sa hearing namin. Yan po ay sa requirements po na actually under yan sa Bureau of Treasury. Yun pong sa banded officer. Kaya nagkakaproblema kasi ngayon, alam ko, na banded ka sa ganitong halaga, pero hinahawakan mo triple. So parang yung pagsakaling maging liable ka, 1/3 lang yung makukuha sa'yo. Kasi meron nga tinanggal yung Bureau of Treasury na na mga requirements. So ang usapan po namin ng committee hearing, nakiusap ako dun sa chairman ng COA na kausapin yung Bureau of Treasury because it falls within their jurisdiction, falls within their ambit, na palitan na yung, ibalik na yung dapat na dating mga regulasyon para, kumbaga, kung ano lang yung kaya nung banded officer, kung ano nakalagay sa kanyang Statement of Asset, Liabilities, and Net Worth, kung ano lang yung kaya, dapat hanggang dun din lang yung hawak niya na pera. Yun
So
po yung,
hindi pa po nababago yung mga amount ng mga corresponding banded officers po?
gumawa na po sa Bureau of Treasury ngayon ng draft guidelines based dun sa pakiusap din ng komite kay Chairman Cordoba at dun sa Bureau of Treasury. May draft guidelines na po sila ngayon pero hindi pa po lumalabas. Pero nangako po sila na ilalabas nila. Sabi ko, ilabas na nila kaagad.
Yes, at tinanong ko po to Mr. Speaker, based din ito sa mga committee hearings na sa ilang mga na-attenan kong committee hearings, may banded officer na sumusobra doon sa amount. At inaudit yun ng COA. Okay? So, mahalaga din na, na makasama din siguro sa IRR or makasama din, maybe di ba? Maging guidelines din na maging guidelines din sa mga banded officer, yung mga amount na ito. Kasi ino-audit yun eh. Kasama yun sa audit eh. Narinig ko yan sa isang committee hearing na kung saan meron Mr. Speaker no, sa Cagayan na ino-audit na LGU. So yun po Mr. Speaker, mahalaga po yun na isang part din ng auditing.
I agree totally, Mr. Speaker, and I have gotten the commitment of the chairman that he will coordinate with the Bureau of Treasury, and he has already coordinated, I was told, and that's why they have already drafted the revised guidelines na ma-improve po, ma-address po yung concern natin parehas, Congresswoman Castro.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As regards to doon sa pagdidetect natin, kasi alam ko ang COA din po, meron din siyang power no, to investigate. Whether kung magkakaroon ng kaso ng corruption or whatever na magkakaroon tayo. No. Nakalagay dito, meron kayong Section 82, yung payment of rewards. So, ito po ba yung mga nire-reward natin? Siyempre, necessarily, katulad ng sa mga investigation, wala po among the COA officials or employees po yung na involved dito na kung sakali meron siyang nakitang korupsyon o meron siyang gustong paimbestigahan dahil itong official na ito ay na tingin niya ay merong ganito, no? O kumbaga mga whistleblower. So, ganun din po ba na wala dapat ito doon sa organic ng COA? Yung mga ganong mga person.
Sa Section 39 po, binibigyan po ng ang chairperson and other officials and employees power in compliance syempre with due process to summon the parties to a case brought before the Commission for resolution, issue subpoena and subpoena duces tecum, Section 39 po. Administer oaths and otherwise take testimony in any investigation or inquiry on any matter within its jurisdiction.
Medyo iba po ito doon sa tanong ko. So yung sinasabi po natin
Pwede po nila imbestigahan. Yun, akala ko po yun.
During the investigation, diba kung meron pong magsusumbong na may anomalya na nangyayari. So hindi po ito manggagaling doon sa organic na member po or empleyado doon sa COA. Kasi meron tayong rewards na binibigay. Dapat 82,
ay so pasensya na po.
Okay?
Section 82.
So, yes, sa Section 82. So, tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko na yan, alba, pangkaraniwang mamamayan?
Tama po, kasi
ayun, okay.
Kung membro po ng COA yan, it doesn't make sense na, trabaho naman nila talaga yun, it doesn't make sense na bayaran po natin sila ng reward. It refers to ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, yun po, no, yung ilan sa mga dahil, yung mga tanong ko po galing din naman yan sa experience ko at saka yun sa mga na-encounter natin sa mga committee hearings. And hopefully, magsilbi ito na itong ating panukalang batas ay magsilbi para maging mapaayos natin at mailagay natin sa tama yung paggasta ng pondo ng ating mga mamamayan. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po dun sa tiyaga ng ating distinguished sponsor.
Thank you,
po.
Congresswoman Castro. Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat po. Para iisa lang naman po intensyon ng pangunahing may akda at ng kagalang-galang na Franz Castro na yung kaban ng bayan maprotektahan at siguruhin na ginagastos sa tamang paraan. Kaya nga tayo gumawa ng bagong revised auditing code.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of the sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments are hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendment, I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendment, I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Marco of the Lone District of Baguio City for his individual amendment.
The Lone District Representative of Baguio City, the Chairman, Mark Go, is hereby recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Here are our proposals, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. On Section 7, Item 7, page 8, lines 33 to 34, delete the entire provision and in lieu thereof, substitute the following. Recommend to Congress its retirement benefit system pursuant to its fiscal autonomy.
What does the majority, the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Go.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the same section and page, item number 8, line 1, after the word itemization, delete the phrase, which shall be exempt from, and in lieu thereof, substitute the phrase in accordance with.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, I believe that the original provision refers to the desire of the COA to be exempt from the standards when it comes to positions from the DBM standards. And we have agreed that they should be in accordance with, not exempt from. So that is a good amendment and we accept.
All right, majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Go.
Yeah, on section 20, page 13, lines 20 to 23. Delete the entire provision and in lieu thereof, substitute the following. Section 26, fiscal autonomy. The Commission shall enjoy fiscal autonomy and its approved annual appropriation shall be automatically and regularly released. The chairperson of the COA is authorized to augment any item in the general appropriations for the Commission from savings in any item in the same appropriation, and any savings from the approved budget under the GAA shall be retained by the Commission until fully spent.
What does the sponsor say?
This is in relation to the appropriation provisions, which during the appropriation hearing, we have agreed to amend to conform to what is the normal standards with regard to other department agencies. We accept.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Go.
Yes, on section 103, page 37, lines 13 to 17, delete the entire provision and in lieu thereof, substitute the following. Section 103, appropriations. The amount necessary for the implementation of this act shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act. The Commission on Audit is authorized to, first, collect 1/2 of the 1% from the annual national tax collections not otherwise accruing to special funds or special accounts in the general fund of the national government upon authority from the Secretary of Finance shall be deducted from such collections and shall be remitted to the National Treasury to cover the cost of auditing services rendered to local government units. 2, a fixed amount equivalent to the annual cost of the audit services in the local government in the government corporations. And 3, other sources such as but not limited to collections of audit fees from water districts and special audits, consultancy fees, and retained income.
Mr. Speaker, as agreed upon during the APRO hearing, the committee will accept the amendment subject with a reminder that the APRO committee has agreed to consider the line item of not for this measure, but in the future, the line item of each agency na nakalagay auditing services, ni-request ng COA, kung maaari, dumiretso na lang sa kanila yon kasi kulang pondo nila. But hindi po yun kasama ngayon, but nangako po na i-consider yon. So, we accept the amendment of Congressman Go.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Go.
On the same page, as a continuation from the previous approved amendment, we propose that we include the following: all government corporations, including their subsidiaries and self-governing boards, shall appropriate in their respective budgets and remit not later than the end of the second quarter of each year an amount equivalent to the appropriation for personal services of the audit team to the National Treasury. The amount for the MOOE and capital outlay to support the annual or the actual audit operations of the COA audit teams assigned to NGAs, LGUs, and government corporations which form part of the approved budget of the audited agency for auditing services under the General Appropriations Act, Appropriations Ordinance, or annual operating budget, respectively, shall be remitted directly to the Commission on Audit Central Office.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
On the same,
You accept?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
on the
Speaker,
same
we move
page,
to approve the amendment.
But is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Go.
last, Mr. Speaker, on the same page, in the same section, we propose that we include all internally generated income from other sources shall accrue to its general fund to be exclusively utilized for the operation and performance of its mandate.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, that is in accordance with the agreement during the APRO hearing in order to augment the resources of COA because they badly need it. So we accept.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hearing none. The amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your individual amendments. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ricardo S. Cruz Jr. of the 1st District of Taguig, Pateros, for his individual amendment.
For his individual amendments, we recognize the 1st District from Taguig, Pateros, the Congressman Ricardo S. Cruz Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 2, section 3, paragraph C, line 11, lowercase the words government servicing banks.
What
We
does the
accept, Mr.
sponsor
Speaker.
say? The
We accept.
sponsors accept. The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The Chair hearing none, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 3, Section 3, Paragraph P, line 16. Replace the word that into the word those.
The sponsor.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hearing none again, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 3, Section 3, Paragraph R, lines 23 to 24. Delete Commission refers to the Commission on Audit, COA, as constitutional body created under Article 9-D of the 1987 Philippine Constitution.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
There any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz, you're recognized.
On page 3, Section 3, Paragraph 5, line 34, delete the words e-payment.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 4, Section 3, Paragraph 10, line 20, spell out the word COA into Commission on Audit.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 6, Section 3, Paragraph T, line 20, after the words of contract, replace the words have come, into which are line 21, after the words officially, replace the word into in. And in line 22, after the words agent or administrator, which replace the words have been received into are.
Mr. Sponsor, what say you?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 7, Section 4, Paragraph 8, line 12, place a colon after the word observe, then capitalize the letter P in the word provided and the letter T in the word that.
Mr. Sponsor, what say you?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 7, Section 5, line 32, replace the words has been appointed and assume office into its appointed and assumes office.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hearing none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 8, Section 5, line 1, replace the words neither shall they engage into they shall neither.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? Hearing none. The amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 8, Section 6, line 11, delete the word CP and replace the word CP into commission proper.
What does sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
There any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 8, Section 7, Paragraph 7, line 33, place comma after the word upgrade, then insert the words when necessary, then comma.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 9, Section 8, lines 9 to 10, lower cases, the words presiding officer, chief executive officer, and another chief executive officer.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 10, Section 12, line 17, insert the words of this act after the word Section 16.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 10, Section 12, line 18, replace the words Office of the Regions into and regional officers. Then insert the word regional after the word each, and then insert the word regional directors with a rank up between the word A and director 4.
Mr. Sponsor, what say you?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 11, Section 16, line 20, delete the S in the words audits.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? The chair again hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 13, Section 17, line 1, after the word P, replace the word into on after the word P.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Mr. Speaker, on page 13, Section 20, line 21, after the word Section 103, insert the words of this act.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 13, Section 21, line 35, after the word uses of funds and replace the words property into properties.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is approved. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 14, Section 22, line 27, replace the word thereof into Article 90-D of the 1987 Philippine Constitution.
Mr. Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
On page 15, Section 27, line 27, replace the words commission proper into CP.
Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 17, Section 34, line 13, insert the word any between the words of government.
Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 17, Section 36, line 25, replace the words commission proper into CP.
Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page
Nangangalahati
18.
pa lang tayo, Mr. Speaker.
Page 18, Section 39, line 30, replace the words Commission on Audit into COA.
Mr. Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are there
amendment.
any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 20, Section 43, line 15, after the word director, insert the word concern.
Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Mr. Speaker, on page 23, Section 54, line 13, replace the word property into properties.
Sponsor,
Accepted.
majority.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are there
amendment.
any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz.
Page 25, Section 61, line 15, replace the word this into D.
Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve
Are there
the
any
amendment.
objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 25, Section 62, line 23, lower the case accountable officer.
Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 26, Section 63, line 10, after the word share, replace the word or into on.
Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objections? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 27, Section 67, line 2, place comma between the words needed and
Sponsor?
it. Then in line 3, place a colon after the word commission.
Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are there
amendment.
any objections? Hearing none, motion is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 27, Section 70, line 25, after the words inventory and delete the word of.
Mr. Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objections? Hearing none, motion is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 28, Section 74, line 35, replace the word is into shall be.
Mr. Sponsor?
Accepted.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objections? Hearing none, amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 29, Section 77, line 27, replace semicolon into period.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 29, Section 78, line 28, insert the word D between the word B and limitation.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to
Are
approve
there
the
any
amendment.
objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 30, Section 78, line 3, replace period into semicolon.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? Hearing none. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 30, Section 80, line 32, insert the word D between the word shall be and limitations.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept, Mr.
Majority?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Section, page 31, Section 80, line 8, replace the word had
Mr. Sponsor?
into have. Line 12, replace the word responsibility into responsibilities.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority
Mr.
Leader?
Speaker, we move to approve the
Are
amendment.
there any objections? Hearing none. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 31, Section 81, line 15, insert the word D between the word shall be and limitation.
Mr. Sponsor?
We accept,
Majority.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader?
we move- Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Page 33, Section 86, line 4, insert comma between the words duties and may.
Mr. Sponsor?
I believe that this is the second to the last amendment. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? The House hears none and the Chair hears none. Amendment is approved. Congressman Cruz?
Mr. Speaker, the last amendments, page 33, Section 87, line 18, replace the semicolon into period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, what say you?
Matibay po yung nagbibigay ng individual amendments. Palakas ng palakas po yung boses. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Are there any objections? The Chair hears none. The amendment is approved. Thank you, Congressman, Representative from the 1st District of Taguig, Ricardo Ading Cruz.
Thank you.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 9674.
are there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza.
Congressman Daza is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is regarding the ad hoc committee on the relocation of the House of Representatives complex. In behalf of the minority, may we elect the Honorable Bernadette Herrera as member of the ad hoc committee representing the minority.
Majority? Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Majority?
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of Committee Report Number 714 on House Bill Number 8841. May we direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. We direct the Secretary General to read House Bill 8841.
House Bill 8841, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that the period of sponsorship and debate has been terminated. Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed with the amendment by substitution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have distributed to the members copies of the substitute bill to House Bill Number 8841. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 106 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in the Committee Report 714 with the contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all the members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the period of individual amendment.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments are hereby closed. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on second reading of House Bill Number 8841 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill Number 8841 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill Number 8841 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations, Congressman Salceda. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following House bills. House Bill Number 9623 under Committee Report Number 873. House Bill Number 9624 under Committee Report Number 874. House Bill Number 9625 under Committee Report 875. House Bill Number 6556 under Committee Report 876. House Bill Number 9626 under Committee Report Number 877. House Bill Number 9627 under Committee Report Number 878. House Bill Number 9635 under Committee Report Number 879. House Bill Number 9636 under Committee Report Number 880, and may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said local bills.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read all the titles of the bills.
House Bill 9623, an act establishing in the Municipality of Bay, Province of Laguna, a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Laguna Regional Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9624, an act establishing in the City of San Jose, Province of Nueva Ecija, a General Hospital to be known as the San Jose City, Dr. Eleuterio R. Violago, Mother and Child General Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9625, an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office, located in the Municipality of Tuwao, Province of Cagayan, into a regular district office, transferring its location to the Municipality of Solana, Province of Cagayan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6556, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of San Dionisio of the Province of Iloilo, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9626, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office in Candon City Province of Ilocos Sur, into a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9627, an act upgrading the district office of the Land Transportation Office located in the municipality of Lingayen, Province of Pangasinan, into a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9635, an act establishing regular campuses of the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology in the municipalities of Aliaga and Cuyapo, Province of Nueva Ecija, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9636, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority District Office for the 1st Legislative District of South Cotabato in the municipality of Polomolok, Province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
is there any objection? Hearing none, the sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the said measures.
are there any objections? Hearing none, all the explanatory notes are hereby put on record for all the omnibus bills that have been articulated. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
are there any objections? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
are there any objections? Hearing none, there is a motion to approve. Is that a motion already, Majority Leader?
Motion to open the period of amendments.
To open? To close?
Open.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
are there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby terminated and closed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 9623, House Bill number 9624, House Bill number 9625, House Bill number 6556, House Bill number 9626, House Bill number 9627, House Bill number 9635, House Bill number 9636.
there is a motion, an omnibus motion to approve House Bills number 9623, 9624, 9625, 9556, 9626, 9627, 9635, and 9636. On second reading, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. All the omnibus House bills from 9623, 9624, 9625, 9556, 9626, 9627, 9635, and 9636 are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1494 under Committee Report 882 and request the Secretary to read the title of the bill.
is there any objection? Hearing none, we direct the Secretary General to read the title of House Bill 1494. House Resolution 1494.
House Resolution 1494, resolution strongly condemning China's illegal actions in the West Philippine Sea and urging the Philippine government to assert and protect the Philippine sovereign rights over its exclusive economic zone and continental shelf in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the 2016 ruling of the Permanent Court of Arbitration.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1494.
are there any objections? Hearing none, are there all those in favor for House Resolution number 1494, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1494 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the House Resolution number 1487, inquiry on the grossly underpriced lease or concessionaire contracts entered into by the Manila International Airport Authority, to the Committee on Transportation.
right. The motion to refer these resolutions Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the speech of Representative Saulog, delivered on November 28, 2023, relating to child trafficking to the Committee on Welfare of Children.
There is a motion on the floor. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Resolution Number 1243, Inquiry on the Illegal Occupation by Informal Settlers within the Property of the Central Mindanao University in the Province of Bukidnon, from the Committee on Housing and Urban Development to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. And House Resolution Number 1319, Inquiry on the alleged misuse of funds and mismanagement of the affairs of the Surigao del Norte State University, from the Committee on Higher and Technical Education to the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
Are there any objections? The chair hear none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 9662, 9663, 9673, and 9674, and House Resolution Number 1494, as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Kasayis tayo? Pankan? Pankan? Apa? Tayo. Ay, balik daw. Finally, allowance. Iba sumasagot.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker, I move that we recognize and acknowledge the guests of Honorable Rosemary Coneos Panotes of the 2nd District of Camarines Norte. Namely, Vice Mayor Agnes Ang, Joseph Vernon B. Ang, Michelle A. Orsolino, Clea R. Jane, Eunice T. Elep, Rowena M. Bernas, Graciela S. Asis, Lorena I. Heraldo, Soledad M. Solis, Romel I. Asis, Sarah Jane R. Jane, Shaira Joy R. Jane, Francesa Marie Orsolino, Susan Aler, Jay Magana, and Jo Marie Vela.
To the guests of Honorable Rosemary Conejos Panotes, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
is suspended.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9674 as contained in Committee Report number 903, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9674.
House Bill 9674, an act providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we are in the period of amendments. I now move that we close the period of amendments.
The period of amendments is open. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9674 as amended.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 9674 on second reading. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9674 is approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to
Speaker,
suspend session.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to give my utmost thanks to my colleagues here in this August chamber for approving one of the SONA and LEDAC priorities as mentioned in the State of the Nation address by the President. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, resolutions. House Resolution 1501, commending the Philippine National Police, the Police Regional Office 7, the Cebu City Police Office, and the Mandaue City Police Office, and the Cebu Provincial Police Office for the swift resolution of the Oro Sugbu robbery in Cebu City by Representatives Lagon Sani and Lagon Daphne.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 1503, directing the House of Representatives through its appropriate committee to conduct an inquiry on the actions of the Honorable Abundio S. Punsalan Jr. as Municipal Mayor of the Municipality of San Simon, Province of Pampanga, by Representative Ordanes.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1504, condemning in the strongest possible terms the bombing of the Mindanao State University in Marawi City, Lanao del Sur, emphasizing the urgency to expedite the investigation and subsequent prosecution of the perpetrators of this despicable act, and expressing the deepest sympathies of the House of Representatives to the families of the victims, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Gonzalez Aurelio Balindong Dalipe Libanan Marcos, Romualdez Yeda Marie Asidre, and Adyong.
The Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 904 on House Resolution 1502.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 905, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Ways and Means and Appropriations, on House Bill number 9682.
Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 9682 as contained in Committee Report number 905, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9682.
House Bill number 9682, an act institutionalizing the grant of teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, the Honorable Roman Romulo, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Roman Romulo is recognized to begin his sponsorship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, members of this august body. Before us today, this afternoon, is House Bill number 9682, a consolidation, a substitute measure of the various bills filed by numerous members of this House which seek to institutionalize the Teaching Supplies Allowance Act. The Teaching Supply Allowance Act is commonly known as the chalk allowance. This has been given through the GAA since time immemorial. Currently, it is now 5,000 being given in our GAA. The committee, with all its members, wishes to institutionalize this chalk allowance or teaching supplies allowance. So yearly, this will now be placed in our GAA, hoping for the kind consideration of the members so that our teachers will be able to get initially 7,500 per teacher for school year 2024 to 2025 and 10,000 pesos per teacher for school year 2025 to 2026. Mr. Speaker, the amount is quite minimal as compared to the expenses of our teachers, but the passage of this measure will certainly be a welcome measure to our 900,000 strong teachers. Again, for the consideration of the members, we submit.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castor of ACT Teachers Party List to deliver her sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized to interpret the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kapwa kinatawan na narito. Sa ngalan po ng ating mga kaguruan sa pampublikong paaralan, ako po ay nagagalak na naipasa na po sa committee. 3 committee po yan, sa Committee on Basic Education, sa Committee on Ways and Means, at sa kahapon po sa Committee on Appropriation. Sa pagsisikap po ng ating mas napakasipag na chairman ng Committee on Basic Education, na ipasa po natin ito doon sa 3 committee. At ako naman po dito po sa ating panukalang batas na ito na institutionalized, na hindi na po mag-aandap-andap ang ng ating mga teachers na pwedeng tanggalin, mawala, yung tinatawag natin traditionally na chalk allowance o tinatawag natin na ngayon na teaching supplies allowance. Okay, sa tinagal-tagal po ng panahon, Mr. Speaker, nagiging abunado talaga ang ating mga guro dun sa mga ginagamit nila sa pagtuturo. At sa advent po ng technology, malaki po yung maitutulong nito sa ating mga teachers, bagamat hindi naman ito magiging sapat, pero malaki po yung improvement nito doon sa benefit ng ating mga teachers. So, sana po ay maaprubahan hanggang sa maging batas ito at malaki po ang maidudulot nitong kapakinabangan sa ating mga guro at makakatulong din sa efficiency ng kanilang pagtuturo. So inaasahan po natin na ito ay maaprubahan hanggang sa maging batas. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the said sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
Majority
Honorable
Leader.
Romulo.
Yes, just to add an additional fact in the 7,500 and 10,000, under Section 4, line 18, it is clearly stated the teaching supplies allowance shall not be subject to income tax. I just want to put that on record.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the said sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsored debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendment nor individual amendment, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9682.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 9682. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9682 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
It is suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 9673 under the Committee Report 902 and ask the Secretary General to read the title of the said House Bill. I so move.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9673.
House Bill 9673, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is it's in the period of sponsorship and debate, Mr. Speaker. And there being no member who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 9673.
Session suspended. Session resume. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Is suspended.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of Committee Report Number 902 on House Bill Number 9673. May we direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 9673.
House Bill 9673, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that the period of sponsorship and debate has been terminated. Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed with the amendment by substitution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have distributed to the members copies of the substitute bill to House Bill Number 9673. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 106 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in Committee Report Number 902 with the contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all the members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection?
Individual.
Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to proceed with the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook for his individual amendment.
Thank you,
Honorable Dagook is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. On page 101, Section 166, line 10, delete the word no longer. So, letter A of Section 166 will now be read as follows. Upon the effectivity of this code, electric cooperatives that are duly registered with the authority and issued a certificate of registration shall be covered by the provisions of this code, as well as future roles and issuances of the authority.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, we move to approve the amendment.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is now approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Dagook. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendment is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve on second reading House Bill Number 9673 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill Number 9673. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill Number 9673 is approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill Number 6510 and Senate Bill Number 2001, providing for a new passport law. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said bicameral conference committee report.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said bicameral conference committee report is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill Number 6483 and 7584 and Senate Bill Number 1359, allowing students with a paid tuition and other school fees to take the periodic and final examinations on good cause and justifiable grounds. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said bicameral conference committee report.
Is there an objection? Chair is none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The bicameral conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 7535 and Senate Bill number 2028, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said bicameral conference committee report.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor say nay. The ayes have it. The bicameral conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Suspended.
Thank you. Oh, blow out. Punta sa karon na.
Salamat sa
Kahapon, November. November 6. November.
Adjourn na? Tayo
Mr. Resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 1504, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolution number 1504.
House Resolution 1504, resolution condemning in the strongest possible terms the bombing of the Mindanao State University in Marawi City, Lanao del Sur, emphasizing the urgency to expedite the investigation and subsequent prosecution of the perpetrators of this despicable act, and expressing the deepest sympathies of the House of Representatives to the families of the victims.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1504.
There's a move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1504. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1504 is adopted. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn until Monday, December 11, 2023 at 3 p.m.
The session is adjourned until Monday, December 11, 2023 at 3 p.m.